hearing from the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure joint with the Committee on Consumer and Worker Protections. At this point going forward, I'd like to remind everyone to please silence their electronic devices, and at no point going forward is anyone to approach the dais unless invited to testify. If you'd like to sign up to testify, and you have not, please fill out a witness testimony slip at the table in the back of the room with the sergeant arms. Chairs, we're ready to begin.
Good morning, and thank you for joining our joint legislative hearing today before the Council's Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection and the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. My name is Julie Menon, and I'm the chair of the Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection. I want to thank everyone for coming to today's Oversight hearing on the Dining Out NYC program, as well as Intro 857. I also want to recognize my colleague, Chair Brooks Powers, and Councilmember Lewis, who are here. Let me see. I will recognize additional colleagues as they come in. So in August 2023, the Council passed Local Law 121, which established a permanent outdoor dining program by granting licenses and revocable consents to restaurants to operate sidewalk and roadway cafes across all 5 boroughs of New York City. This legislation learned the lessons of the city's temporary open restaurants program, improved upon the city's old sidewalk cafe law, and expanded the use of sidewalks and roadways to restaurants. By the end of the city's temporary open restaurants programs, there were 13,144 businesses participating in outdoor dining. The Council considered the investments made by participants of the temporary open restaurants program by streamlining the process for restaurants to transition from the temporary program to the permanent outdoor dining program. I want to be very clear. During that time, I voiced major concerns to my colleagues as well as to the administration about the ability of DOT to manage an outdoor dining program. As the former commissioner of the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection, which as we all know, manage the Sidewalk Cafe License Program, I felt very strongly that DCWP should have managed this program, not DOT, an agency that does not have background in this area. I also want to point out DOT is not a licensing agency as DCWP is. Unfortunately, these concerns were not addressed and DOT was given management of this program. Despite these concerns, Local Law 121 allowed restaurants that submitted a dining out application to DOT by the August 3rd, 2024 deadline to continue operating the application review during the application review process. However, 8 months after the application deadline, DOT struggles to review and move revocable consent applications through the process in a timely manner, basically leaving restaurants in a state of absolute uncertainty about the nature of their outdoor dining setups in peak season. I cannot tell you the number of restaurants across the city that have contacted my office so incredibly frustrated about these serious delays. So here we are on April 22nd, 2025, which is the beginning of the peak season of outdoor dining, and we should be having a robust outdoor dining program, which is what the Council had intended, that provides a lifeline to our small businesses and also activates the streets. However, just 67 restaurants, I repeat, just 67 restaurants, and this is coming from DOT's own data, have completed their entire outdoor dining application process and received a revocable consent to operate a sidewalk cafe or a roadway cafe. This represents less than 2% of the approximately 3,800 Dining Out NYC applications from more than 3,000 restaurants that DOT received. DOT started to address this problem only weeks before the roadway dining season was set to begin on April 1st, 2025 by issuing conditional approvals to a number of roadway dining setups. As of yesterday, DOT provided 726 conditional approvals to restaurants to operate a roadway cafe, which would only apply to those restaurants that have made it through DOT's review process and the community board review process. And I'll get to later during the testimony the concerns that we are now giving community boards major backlogs because of this large delay, and that also is not equitable or fair or sensible. DOT also authorized the continued operation of 1,808 sidewalk cafes while their applications are pending with the department. So now we have a situation where hundreds upon hundreds of restaurants are awaiting approval and frankly do not know whether they should make the necessary investments in their outdoor setups for the current season. This rollout, in short, has been nothing short of disastrous. The permanent and long-awaited outdoor dining season is upon us, and DOT is woefully unprepared to meet this moment for thousands of small businesses and their eager patrons. We look forward today to hearing from DOT about the issues that are stalling this process. We would like to learn how we can improve application processing times and the user-friendliness of the application process. We also look forward to hearing firsthand accounts from restaurant owners, and I want to thank all the come out today to testify. We absolutely have to address this and improve this process. So I'm now going to turn it over to my colleague, Chair Brooks Powers, for her opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, and thank you all for joining today's joint hearing of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure and the Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection. My name is Sylvina Brooks Powers, and I am the chair of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. I am pleased to be joined today by my colleague, Chair Menon. Today's hearing will focus on the Dining Out NYC program. In addition, we will be hearing proposed intro number 857A, sponsored by Councilmember Salamanca, in relation to towing vehicles that are an encumbrance on the street. The Department of Transportation is tasked with regulating and maintaining the city's sidewalks and streets. As my co-chair discussed, prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, sidewalk cafes were regulated by the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection and could only be located in certain districts. In response to the pandemic, the Council enacted Local Law 54 of 2020, which required the city to waive and refund all revocable consent fees for unenclosed sidewalk cafes due between March 1st, 2020 and February 28th, 2021. In June of 2020, the city established a temporary open restaurants program to expand outdoor seating options for food service establishments citywide. And two separate programs managed by DOT enabled temporary outdoor dining, open restaurants, and open streets full closure. By the end of the open restaurants program, there were 13,144 participating businesses. In addition, 361 existed on open streets. In August of 2023, the Council enacted Local Law 121 of 2023, Local Law 121, which repealed the pre-pandemic sidewalk cafe program and established a new permanent outdoor dining program. With this legislation, the Council applied lessons learned from the temporary open restaurants program to improve upon the old sidewalk cafe law. Sure, outdoor dining is done in a safe and clean manner, with deference to residents and neighborhood needs throughout the city. While the old pre-pandemic outdoor dining program was managed by DCWP, the permanent outdoor dining program established by Local Law 121 are no longer zoning restrictions on the locations of sidewalk or roadway cafes. In addition, the law increased the license term from 2 to 4 years and lowered license fees and revocable consent fees. However, in the months leading up to the launch of open dining in April 2025, concerns were raised by businesses, advocates, and local officials about the program's implementation. DOT has struggled to process applications in a timely manner. As of April 10, 2025, just 60 restaurants, less than 2% of the applications received by DOT, completed the entire outdoor dining application process and received revocable consent to operate a sidewalk or roadway cafe, which equates to less than 2% of the 3,400 applications received by DOT. According to the New York Times, hundreds of applications were deemed incomplete by DOT. The most common issue being restaurants' failure to provide adequate information on their site plans. Although conditional approvals have been granted, this process is still not where it should be. Businesses have also reported issues with the application process, including having to fill out onerous online forms and a lack of language accessibility. We have also received complaints about additional costs associated with the program's setup regulations and the required seasonality of the program. This has impacted the participation of some restaurants because the approved setups are costly and the associated construction and storage costs make it too expensive and cumbersome to be viable for some businesses. Finally, many of the rules promulgated by DOT for the locations of sidewalk cafes differ from the pre-pandemic standards. This has left out some restaurants that previously participated in the outdoor dining program. At today's hearing, I want to find out what DOT is doing to ensure that the dining out program is effective, safe, and equitable. In addition, I want to look at how we can make the application process easier for business owners to navigate and to improve upon implementation. Before we begin, I would like to thank my staff and committee staff for their hard work. John Basile, Senior Policy Analyst, Kevin Katowski, Senior Policy Analyst, Mark Chen, Senior Counsel to the Committee, Adrian Drepal, Senior Financial Analyst, Julian Martin, my Policy and Budget Director, and Renee Taylor, my Chief of Staff. I will now ask the committee counsel to swear in the administration.
Okay, thank you. We're actually going to go with advocates first. We're going to hear from advocates groups, and the reason why is we want to make sure that we are getting the concerns addressed first before we hear from the administration. So before I call the panel, I want to recognize my colleagues that have joined: Councilmember Banks, Councilmember Osei, Councilmember Brewer, and we'll call additional colleagues as they come in. So our first panel today is Andrew Ridgey from the New York Hospitality Alliance, Robert Bookman from the New York Hospitality Alliance, Max Bookman from the New York Hospitality Alliance, Chrisette Woods from Sylvia's Restaurant, Megan Rickardson from Someday Bar, Robert Guarino from NYSA. If you could all please come forward. Thank you. And please begin. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Ridgey, and I am the Executive Director of the New York City Hospitality Alliance. We are a not-for-profit association that represents restaurants and bars across the 5 boroughs, and I'd like to thank you for having this hearing today and having us testify. So, Dining Out NYC promised to make New York City's alfresco dining the envy of the world, turning streetscapes into vibrant public spaces, supporting small businesses, protecting jobs, and building the nation's premier outdoor dining program. But that promise is slipping. Just 3,000 restaurants have applied, according to the Department of Transportation's press release from February, far fewer than the 13,000 that participated during the pandemic, or even the 6,000 to 8,000 estimated to still be operating in the summer of 2024. Many of these small businesses face steep regulatory and financial hurdles. This summer, we may see little more outdoor dining than we did before the pandemic, when there were approximately 1,200 licensed sidewalk cafes, and they will still mostly be located south of 96th Street in Manhattan. That's failing the new pandemic-era program in which lawmakers sought to replicate. So before the pandemic, for example, the Bronx had just 26 sidewalk cafes. During the pandemic, that number surged to about 1,010 outdoor dining setups, including both sidewalk and roadway cafes. Now, under the new Dining Out NYC program, that figure has dropped dramatically to around 78. According to DOT data, there are currently only 2,491 restaurants with outdoor dining citywide. Compared to the previous pandemic numbers, that's 7,300 fewer roadway cafes, 9,600 fewer sidewalk cafes, and about 10,300 fewer restaurants offering outdoor dining overall. Even with 100 or 1,000 applications still in the pipeline, no matter how you slice and dice the data, it's clear the outdoor dining revolution we are hoping for is not here. But now's not the time to point blame and fingers. Today is the time for the mayor and the city council to join us at, let's call it, the outdoor dining table and fulfill the bold vision of Dining Out NYC. I'm going to briefly outline 7 reforms we're proposing to help achieve this goal, and then our counsel, Rob Bookman, who has decades of experience with outdoor dining, will get into some more of the specifics, and you'll hear from local restaurateurs about the different challenges that they've faced and their experience with outdoor dining. Number 1, year-round outdoor dining in the roadway. Making the program seasonal was a big problem. We said this from the beginning. We knew it would happen. It's too expensive to set up outdoor dining, then take it down, store it during the winter months, only to set it up again. It's cost prohibitive for small businesses. We need to reduce fees across the board. I know there's a lot of concerns in specific neighborhoods. I see Councilmember Brewer, who I recall in these chambers, voiced her concern about why in her neighborhood it costs more than in every other neighborhood for the most part. But I think, Chairman, and you have some of the highest fees as well in your district as well for restaurants to participate. Sidewalk cafe enclosures where restaurants are paying for a year-round license but unable to use it because they can't winterize it with an enclosure has been a major problem. Clearances, you'll hear from restaurateurs about reduced clearances compared to what they used to have, has reduced their outdoor dining and posed big problems. The application process, as the chair expressed, has had many challenges. Scaffolding, which we're always talking about, getting it down. I think it was from Manhattan to Montreal, if you lined up all the scaffolding. I know Commissioner Otto is working hard to get it down. The council passed some bills, the mayor signed, but there's still issues related to scaffolding and outdoor dining. And the processing time, as was expressed, is taking way too long. Now, notwithstanding that, I do want to give a shout out to some of the people, particularly Penny Ringel over at DOT, who's been working really hard and is very responsive. So while there certainly are challenges, we also want to recognize people that are trying to make the best out of a challenging situation, and that's why we need reform. And in closing, what I will just say is that New York City still has the potential to build a world-class outdoor dining program, but only if the city leaders collectively come together and fix the reform and propose and enact reforms. Without this, we're going to risk squandering a once-in-a-generation opportunity to build the best outdoor dining program that benefits restaurants, workers, communities they serve, and create a lot of economic activity for the city and reach the promise of not only having the greatest restaurants anywhere in the world, but the greatest outdoor dining anywhere in the world. I submitted my testimony. It includes data and some other charts. And with that, I will turn it over to my colleague, Rob Bookman, to get in some more of those specifics of the reforms and challenges that are being faced. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rob Bookman. I'm counsel to the New York City Hospitality Alliance, one of its founding members. Also, I've been a partner in a boutique law firm called Pazetsky & Bookman. We specialize in licensing and regulatory matters. I've personally been involved with sidewalk cafes since I was a young lawyer at the Department of Consumer Affairs 40 years ago. It's shocking to me that I am now the old man and the expert on this, but I've been involved with every aspect of the changing rules and regulations and the laws on sidewalk cafes for 40 years, from both inside government and on the other side of government. And we were deeply involved with two mayoral administrations and the city council in negotiating both There were many, many compromises that were made. Some we supported, some we did not. For the most part, we hoped for the best, and we believed that the council and the administration did as well. We understood that we would give these series of compromises, all of us, our best chance of success. We would see what resulted, and we would come back. And here we are. Unfortunately, we now know that no one who supports outdoor dining can say that this program has been a success. I say that without any malice, without pointing any fingers at anyone. There are no bad guys here. There are no enemies. The program simply has not worked out as well as we all had hoped for. There were mistakes in the legislation that were part of compromises that DOT had to live with. There were mistakes in their rulemaking that were part of compromises that the industries had to live with. There were rookie errors as apart from DOT being new in licensing, which can be corrected. So there are a series of issues which have brought us where we are today. I also want to point out specifically Pinchas Ringel, who is not here, unfortunately, nor the commissioner. I'm surprised neither one are here. Both of them have been extremely cooperative, working with us. Ringel is one of the best public servants I've ever seen, quite frankly. He responds to emails on weekends in the middle of the night. They're very responsive. But nevertheless, we have a structure that is not successful. We need to recognize that it's not a success, despite everyone's best efforts, and look at the reasons why and come up with solutions together. The shockingly low number of restaurants that even bothered to apply for outdoor dining, let alone hundreds of those who applied but are not following through on their applications, and Max will talk a little bit about that, makes it clear that the program needs to be fixed. Obviously, we all knew with the emergency over and the that's clear. I'm a straight shooter. I have a reputation testifying here for 40 years. I'm not going to blow smoke. I'll tell you the truth, and I'll answer your questions truthfully. But frankly, we thought there would be a lot more than the 3,000 establishments that applied. We thought about double that number. So the Alliance asked our membership why so many did not apply, and the answers were clear in our survey. The new stricter clearance requirements, as compared to the old law that nobody anticipated, which came out in the rules, made it more difficult for people to get sidewalk cafes. The overall expense in relationship to those lower number of tables made some people decide it wasn't worth it. The seasonal nature of roadway has really made many people decide that it's not worth it, and that program has been decimated based on the number of applications that are filed. And again, you will hear that there are potentially hundreds of people who did file who are not following through now that they see how expensive it is to set it up. The difficulty of many small businesses applying online only added to the confusion and the expense that restaurants simply could not afford. The consent, one of the compromises that was in the legislation was that sidewalk cafes would continue with the consent process in addition to a license. Now, let me explain that for a minute. There were two major structural problems that were brought into sidewalk cafes in the 1980s that caused so few licenses, and 70% centered in Manhattan. And that was the zoning laws, which restricted it in outer boroughs, and the consent. The consent makes it a long process, a complicated process, an expensive process. It adds rent above a license fee. We wanted to get rid of both. Only zoning was eliminated. Same thing like when we got rid of the cabaret licensing law. We said that's not going to make dancing legal because the zoning law is what restricts dancing. And finally, years later, zoning was addressed. So we had both of those problems here. Many commercial uses of the public sidewalks don't have both of those. They just have a license. Thousands of street vendors just have a license. Fruit and vegetable stands, which are very much like sidewalk cafes, movable structures, they just have a license. Sidewalk newsstands, which are permanent structures on the streets, they just have a license. None of them have this consent on top of it. By keeping the consent on top of it, we created an expensive, complicated problem for the thousands of people that only experience outdoor dining during the emergency, which was a simple go online, say yes to a few questions, and you got your permit. Requiring the act. So let me give a few examples, though, in some of what Andrew talked about. Processing time. Everybody's complaining about that. To me, that was one of the rookie mistakes, if you will, well-intentioned by DOT, which can be corrected just as a matter of policy. The statute says that DOT must, within 5 days of receiving an application, determine if it is complete, and if it is complete, they're supposed to start the time clock by sending it to the community board and the other agencies that review sidewalk cafes. Same language that existed when it was with Consumer Affairs for 40 years. DOT, unfortunately, interpreted that to mean not just that the application is complete, meaning all the documents are there, the photographs, the filing fee, but that it's an approvable application, meaning their entire review has to be done before they started the clock. Well, that's a multi-month process, as it should be. They have experts examiners who review the plans, look at the pictures, get back to the applicant, which Max will talk about. They're very responsive. We respond to those, make some changes, listen to the community board. Once the application was deemed complete and approved by them, then they first started the clock. And that's why we're in a situation where this late in the process from August 3rd when the applications were filed, where we just don't have many approved. Another couple of quick ones. The online only, which has been discussed, has hurt a lot of small restaurants, immigrant restaurants. English is not their first language. They don't know how to upload and download, and they couldn't save their work. And now what we're seeing is a third rookie mistake, is they're requiring, unlike Consumer Affairs, the entire annual rent up front. Nobody pays an annual rent up front. If you had to do that at home or in your business, you wouldn't have a business. Consumer Affairs always allowed quarterly payments. There's nothing in the statute which prohibits that. So there are a variety of issues that need to be addressed. We can address it, but we all have to first come to the conclusion that what we have is not working, that we can correct these problems. They're all correctable. Some changes can be accomplished with a simple policy shift, some with rule changes, some with statutory changes. We all have a role here, but this is a program that can be corrected. Finally, the whole process here was to create a balance between the old law, which was way too restrictive, and the emergency law, which was way too permissive because it was an emergency. We were trying to come to a balance. We now see, unfortunately, we did not reach the correct balance, and we need to readdress these issues so we can come to a middle ground. Many changes were positive. No outdoor music, no outdoor TVs, the flooring on roadways have to be movable and cleaning, hours of operation that were restricted. We addressed many of the problems, but we did not address what we see here was why businesses aren't applying, and we thank you for the opportunity to set the table here, and you'll briefly hear from Max and some of the restaurants that are having these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, members. My name is Max Bookman. I'm a seventh-generation New York City resident, chairman, and for the last 10 years, I've lived in your district. My wife and I are raising our 2 kids there. My daughter goes to PS 158, and we are avid, enthusiastic outdoor dining participants. I'm one of the several million people in New York City who enthusiastically support the notion of outdoor dining and want to see it succeed. When I'm not at home, I'm a partner at a law firm, and for the last 10 years of my legal career, I've represented bars, restaurants, and other businesses in various licensing matters, including before the Department of Consumer Affairs, before they changed the name, as well as now the Department of Transportation. Before you hear from the voices of some of the restaurant owners who've come to testify before you today, I just wanted to share with you a common theme that we couldn't bring all hundreds of bars and restaurant owners who participate in this program and are frustrated. At my firm alone, I'm responsible for managing over 200 DOT outdoor dining applications. So I'm there in the trenches. If any of the members have any questions that are detail-oriented about what it's like in the trenches of the DOT application process, I'm happy to answer them. But one common theme that we hear, you'll hear today, but we hear from bar and restaurant owners throughout this process is that it's just too confusing. It's just too frustrating and too confusing. The various steps are too confusing. The information that they get from the agency is too confusing. How it interacts with the state liquor authority is too confusing. I have a law degree. It's my job to know this stuff. It's confusing for me to be able to explain this process to my clients in ways that they understand. Bar and restaurant owners, it's not their job to have to understand how this process works. It's their job to run a bar or a restaurant and be successful business people, employ staff, and make a living for them and to contribute to their community. Everyone has had to become experts in this process in a way that they really shouldn't have to. So to echo some of the prior comments that you've heard, let's all roll up our sleeves, work together, not point fingers, acknowledge that there's a problem, and see what we could do to fix the problem. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chrisette Woods, and I am the second-generation owner of Sylvia's Restaurant, which has been serving the Harlem community since 1962. And I do remember us when we got our first sidewalk license. over maybe close to 30 years, over 20 years. But I want to say that I want to thank the Hospitality Alliance for helping us as much as they can to navigate through these, the changes through this application process, which has been, as they say repeatedly, it has been extremely confusing. Communication has been good, I would say, but it has been the challenge of not being able to plan, waiting for the approval, not being able to plan as we are in the season. The other thing I would like to express is having something enclosed during the winter month will help us to continue the hours, continue to provide additional seating. Our outdoor space can employ up to 2 to 3 people per shift, 5 to 7 days a week. So having that throughout the winter months will be very helpful to an already challenging operation and business. So I would like to thank, again, the hospitality for advocating for restaurants and bars like us.
Hello, my name is Megan Rickerson. I own Someday Bar in Borum Hill, Brooklyn. I also serve on the Hospitality Alliance. I'm on the Mayor Small Business Council. I serve on my bid, and I do a lot. And I opened my bar right before COVID, my very first business. I am an expert at the emergency program because I rebuilt my structure so many times. I have photos sawing plywood. I am not a carpenter, but I learned very quickly that I had to, as we say, pivot. We had to say pivot a lot, but we made it, and I'm here. And I am now entrenched in advocacy because I've realized how important it is to have connections with all of you in order to survive in a city like this with so many regulations and so many people walking in through our doors, checking in on us. I decided to go headfirst into the program, and I'm not gonna lie, I feel a little duped because it was presented to me in a way that this was supposed to be supportive and it was supposed to be easier than what existed before. And I can tell you that it's not, I didn't ever do the first program, but what is presented is not easy, and it's not affordable. I have a neighborhood bar. We are not $20 cocktails. We are not $45 steaks. We are $19 burgers. We are $6 happy hour drinks. We are $3 hot dogs. And based on the money that I have put in so far, which I have numbers just to really break it down because it's easy to say something is expensive and not know the numbers behind it. For my sidewalk, my check to DOT and the comptroller's office was $1,775 for 6 seats. For my street, $4,573 for 16 seats, all right? The application was so confusing that I did pay a lawyer. I had to pay per application. I also had to pay to have my hatch certified, and I had to pay an architect. And as it was stated by Ms. Menon, that a lot of people haven't completed their DOT applications because they find that part very difficult, I hired an architect. And I understand that we're not required to do those things, but if people need to be successful, they are gonna spend the money to be successful if they have it. Currently, I have spent $36,948.36, which includes my build, every year because I am not going to pay for a removable shipping container. I'm having a contractor build and break down. We tried to make as many pieces reusable as possible, but every year I will be throwing away lumber and paying for new because that was simply the cheapest option. But every year it'll cost me anywhere from $8,000 to $10,000 to rebuild, plus another $500 to $1,000 to pull away what I've built the previous year. So in the end, it's going to cost me $68,948.26 for 4 years, which is over $17,500 a year. I have to sell outside in those 6 months 1,149 $15 cocktails, 5,745 $3 hot dogs, 907 burgers, or 2,872 $6 happy hour drinks. And that is between the hours of 4 that I open at midnight. And that is if it doesn't rain or, or some kind of weather incident, because umbrellas simply just do not protect people. And that is within that very short warm period. I just want to understand, we aren't rolling in money here. I'm not rolling in money. I had to forego paying myself a few times to make sure that I could afford outdoor dining. And I am very entrenched in this community, and I'm very entrenched in advocacy. And if it's hard for me, then I can tell you it is hard for so many people, because I know the rules. I was the first bar that my community board saw. And I can tell you that they weren't educated in a way that I had hoped that they had been. They were understanding, they were gracious, they listened, and in the end it worked out great. But I was expecting them to know more when I walked in that room. I shouldn't be the most educated person on the program in that room. I should be coming in and expecting them to know what's going on. And then I can add to what I'm planning on providing. So, we're not all millionaires, we're not all rolling in money, we're a neighborhood spot, and we want support, and we want support from you, and we want support from DOT. So I just hope that we can figure out a program that makes sense for people that are small, and not just the people that have, 40, 50 seats outside. Again, I have 21. So thank you so much for listening, and I appreciate it.
Good morning. My name is Robert Guarino. I'm a partner in New York City's Chef Driven Group. I'm here today to talk about one of our restaurants, a restaurant called Nitsa in Hell's Kitchen. As a group, we do operate 16 restaurants, all in Manhattan. Many of those have been in business over 20 years, some as long as 30 years. Sidewalk Cafe has always been an integral part of our business model. Almost each of those restaurants has an outdoor component. We try to build restaurants that serve our neighborhoods, and we see outdoor dining as an integral part of that. Many of our restaurants are open breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and we believe strongly in bringing business out to the street and the positive benefits that has for the community in walkability, in livability, in safety. So it's been a big part of what we do. Over the years, as we've analyzed commercial spaces before signing a lease, the first things we look at are, is liquor license possible and is Sidewalk Cafe possible? And if the answer to either one of those is no, we continue looking, because it really is a vital part of our business model. And I think with the new program right now and the new regulations, I think a lot of what's been lost is some of the very detrimental changes specifically to the sidewalk law. So in Hell's Kitchen, we have 3 restaurants in the ground floor of the Film Center building between 44th Street and 45th Street. That's that stretch of 9th Avenue's only commercial building. We have the corner of 44th, the corner of 45th, and then a little restaurant called Nitsa in the middle of the block. That restaurant has only 50 seats inside and always had 24 seats outside. So by far our busiest months of the year were April, May, June, July, and August, as the restaurant, grew in size by 50%. So we were very surprised as we started applying, and we're not eligible for roadway in any of these 3 restaurants because we're on the busy stretch of the avenue. So we assumed, okay, we'll go back to our existing, permitted, approved, sidewalk setup that we've operated for 20 years and 15 years, and things will be fine. We were shocked when we applied for Nitsa to see that clearances had changed, and now we went from 24 seats to 14 seats. That might not sound like much, but it's a 40% decrease in seats. That's the difference between having 1 server outside or 2 servers outside. It's over the course of a busy day, lunch and dinner, that's could be 50 people, less people that we serve. So we're really surprised that the sidewalk program specifically did not take into consideration the original approved plans and basically changed clearances. And in many cases, especially in Midtown, it has been very detrimental. And so we take a lot of pride in having done business in Hell's Kitchen and 9th Avenue for 20 plus years. And we're happy that it's busy and thriving and people out there. We think our doing business outside does a lot for the safety of the neighborhood and does a lot to bring tourists that far west and to also serve the neighbors and people who live there and people who work in the theater community. And now making changes to the program, I think, is the exact opposite of what we were hoping would happen. And you know, I encourage everybody to spend the time thinking about roadway, which is a new program, but not to forget sidewalk, which has been operating for 40 years across the city.
Great, thank you very much. I mean, I have a number of questions for this panel, and I know some of my colleagues do as well. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge we've been joined by colleagues Councilmember Areola, Councilmember Narcisse. So I guess a question first for the Hospitality Alliance. Could you perhaps quantify what the economic loss is? I know I heard your testimony, which was very compelling, but could you sort of writ large quantify what is the economic loss for restaurants due to the poor rollout of this program? How many restaurants are going to go out of business? How many are going to have to downsize? How many are going to have to fire staff? Could you try to give us a picture of that?
So it's hard to give an overview just because of the different sizes of the restaurants, but you can hear like from Megan, a small bar right there alone, she's spending $60,000 over, 4 years. In a case of Robert, where he's losing those seats, he's losing at least one server job there. So there was some data. I unfortunately don't have it in front of me now, but from the controller's office, about the millions of dollars in lost tax revenue to the city. And that was just actually based on, I believe, sales tax revenue. There's obviously the additional jobs, the payroll taxes that those jobs create, and the additional just general economic activity. So the loss in revenue to the city, is millions. The report, I believe, showed that the loss of jobs is in the thousands. And for individual businesses, it's going to depend on the size, but you could certainly hear just the cost alone. Many restaurateurs I know that have moved forward with the program are not even sure if they're going to make money. They'll be happy if they're able to break even at this point, but could potentially lose thousands of dollars a year.
So let's not answer your question also. Let's not forget that during the emergency program, it was well documented that 10,000 jobs were created or saved as a result of this vibrant outdoor dining program. If that becomes 20% of what it was, which is about where we're at now, that's 80%, of these additional jobs will be gone. Tens of millions of dollars in tax revenues, were secured, for the city because of this vibrant outdoor dining, as well as public survey after public survey, especially in the boroughs, said this is great. We never had this before. We love it. It's added to our neighborhood. But the numbers we're seeing, are dramatic and concerning. So when in Bronx, for example, as he said, there are 78 applications or places approved, 700 in the Bronx during COVID. Brooklyn, there's 600 places now. There was 3,200 during COVID. In Queens, there was 2,500 establishments during COVID, only 250 now. Even Staten Island had 186 during COVID, 3 now. When you were a commissioner of consumer affairs and there were only 1,200 or so sidewalk cafes, an NYU study that came out during COVID to show how wonderful the study, this has added to the city, both economically and socially, pointed out that there were 17 community boards that had no outdoor dining at all under the old law. That low-income neighborhoods doubled the number of cafes that they had under the emergency program compared to the old law. Neighborhoods where a majority or minority restaurants also doubled the number of cafes that they had in the emergency compared to pre-COVID. So if we lose those applications, there's millions of dollars that the restaurants are losing, and the city is losing.
Okay, a couple follow-ups on that. I mean, you're getting to the issue of equity. One of the major policy issues that the original council bill was meant to address is equity, making sure that every single neighborhood had outdoor dining options. So the fact that so many neighborhoods now do not have them because of the rollout of all the different onerous rules and regulations, that some of which you've identified. But I guess I'm also very upset about the fact that DOT only has this application in English and in Spanish. That's totally unacceptable. Are you hearing complaints from restaurant owners about that? And can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, we've heard about that. We've heard about many problems with the application process, not only just language challenges and only having an online option, not having an actual window to go to and sitting down with a representative, but also another challenge about being able to save your application midway. I'm not sure if DOT has changed the system yet, but a big problem was you couldn't save your application. You know, so you basically go on, you get to one part. Has this been, Max, you know if this has changed yet? Through the process, and all of a sudden you're told you need some other document that you don't have. So all of a sudden you stop the progress, you have to go find that document, and you come back and you have to start the process all over again. So you can imagine those frustrations for anyone, but then if there's a language barrier, it just compounds those challenges.
If I could just add to that, Chair. You know, a number of the businesses that I interface with are first generation, generation immigrants, and I just can't underscore enough the expectation that they have that there ought to be a place, a physical place where they can go to get answers to questions, to hand in application materials. It's not passé or out of style to say that that there should be a place where people could actually bring paper and submit something, and that's really been lost here.
Absolutely, and that is why, and I know you're aware of this, I objected to this original bill, to this aspect of it, that DOT should never have been given the jurisdiction over this program. It should have always gone to DCWP, which has a licensing center right down the street that you can walk into, that when people have issues, they can actually talk to someone to help them fill the paperwork out. I mean, why would we give this program to a transit agency? Why wouldn't we give the program to a licensing agency? And we simply did not have those concerns, quite frankly. And Rob, I know you can attest to this. You know, we worked together a long time on DCWP issues around the sidewalk cafe issues. So I'm very concerned about that aspect of this.
I filed 1,000 applications over the years under the old, I still call it Consumer Affairs, I'm sorry. That's where I met my wife, and it was, we both worked in Consumer Affairs, so for me it's Department of Consumer Affairs. I filed over 1,000 applications. You physically went there. It was the special application unit, not even a window. It was a special application unit because it was complicated. There's plans, there's photographs, there's a lot of documents. Somebody would sit down with you. You can make an appointment or wait. They would review it, and they would either say, no, you need that, and then come on back and we'll accept the application. Or you got everything here, stamped, approved. Within 5 days, they sent that on to the next step in the process while they did their substantive review. That was, listen, that was a compromise. The administration insisted on it being DOT. I think they've done the best job that they can being a rookie.
I just want to interrupt for a minute. I just want to say it again. The administration insisted that it be DOT.
Yes.
I couldn't have been clearer personally with my objections. I know other colleagues had objections around DOT, and now I think we are all paying the price, and quite frankly, it needs to be remedied, and that's one of the goals of this hearing. I do have one more question, then I wanted to turn it over to the chair and the colleagues, so I know have a number of questions. Can you specifically say why you believe that only 67 restaurants have completed the entire application process and revocable consent at this juncture?
Well, that's because of the issue that I raised, and let me try to be more clear about DOT's misinterpretation of how the clock starts. The statute, and in your packet that your committee prepared, there is a chart that DOT produced showing the various steps and how long they're supposed to take. The first part of that chart is within 5 days of receiving a complete application, DOT sends it on to the next review agency's community board, and that starts the clock moving. And if everybody lives with that clock, and the controller's office waives their review of the contract which they have, and the mayor's office waives their review of the contract, which they have, that's all new stuff in the statute that was not there before that you put in there. The process could be quick, somewhat quick, 3 to 4 months. But DOT mistakenly, and I call it a rookie mistake, didn't send these applications on within 5 days. They did their entire substantive review first. When they were done with the back and forth with the applicant the objections, the corrections, revised plans, give me better pictures, all the normal things that a license agency has to do with an application like this. Then they started the clock. Well, that put the whole process behind the 8 ball. So there was no way when people were allowed to apply up to August 3rd, that by April they would be done with thousands of applications. The rest of the process would be done with thousands of applications because they didn't start the clock in August and July like they should have. That's the main thing. If they change that going forward, it shouldn't take as many months for new applications, but they haven't changed that yet, and they need to. And in all fairness, I do want to say, because again, I don't want to point fingers here, on the other hand, the administration was the one who was pushing for all year-round outdoor dining, and DOT was as well, and it was the council who said it should be, it should be seasonal, and that's turned out to be a big mistake. So there's mistakes to go around.
I totally agree. As someone who personally advocated for year-round outdoor dining, I totally agree. I think it's completely unfair to restaurants that they have to basically bear the cost, have to put the equipment away. It's absurd. I was one who raised that issue. I know others did as well. So let me turn it over to Chair Brooks Powers for her questioning.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony today. I just had a couple of follow-up questions. It was really helpful, particularly to hear from the businesses and what that direct impact was. And Megan, hearing the dollars and cents was extremely helpful too. I just wanted a little bit more clarity in terms of understanding that cost and how you perceive it going forward. And so, optional, I think is necessary based on some of the questions on the application. Is that something that each time that you in the future go to reapply that you would then have to pay for, or is it just this one time?
Well, this goes for 4 years. So it's one time. Okay, so thank you, Council. So one time, that fee was on its own. That was $1,200. I just put all of the lawyer's fees and architect fees all in one. So that's one time. But when I was talking about those numbers, that was what it would cost me to break even just on the build. That doesn't talk about my staffing, how much I have to pay people. It doesn't consider furniture. It doesn't consider any of those things. It was strictly just in order to make it make sense for my business for those few months in those hours with perfect weather.
Right, and in terms of, and so I hear often folks love the program to give an option to businesses, and as it was said before, to expand even the service you're able to give to your customers. How much, just wanting to get an idea, dollar and cents again, and anyone can answer this, how much added revenue have you seen now or project with this new model? Do you see yourself breaking even? Is it still an added benefit?
I think that's very much remains to be seen. When I said I felt duped, it's because I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze, right? I don't know because I also didn't expect it to cost as much as it did. So it's really gonna be, I have to get through this season and see where we're at. And if next year I realize that I'm at a loss from operating, then I've just paid for 4 years up front and I'm gonna use one of those, because what's the point of operating at a loss and losing money on it? So I think this year is going to be very telling on how that goes.
And what are some of the recommendations from, anyone again can answer this, for DOT to improve on the application process? We've heard, myself, Chair Menon, and I know a number of my colleagues have heard that the application process has been very cumbersome and challenging. And the fact that you're connected to the Hospitality Alliance makes you a more informed business owner than some that may be out there trying to do it themselves. And so me representing a community out in Southeast Queens, I'm not sure how many members are necessarily a part of the Alliance themselves, but I'm trying to understand what some of the recommendations could be that can ensure that this is a truly accessible program for other business owners as well.
Yeah, I want to say that, I want to reiterate that to a large extent, they were given a statute to deal with, and the statute required certain rules and regulations. We've got nothing but a positive working relationship with DOT from day one through yesterday. Again, it's not a finger point. You know, that is something that could be corrected right away. There needs to be an in-person place where people can have their papers reviewed and either accepted in multiple language, people there with multiple languages like there used to be at Consumer Affairs. That's something that could be done right away. They could start taking the annual fees quarterly. That used to be done for 40 years. That's something they could start doing right away. Those are policies. They could start complying, you know, with the clear intent of the statute, that 5 days they review the application. If all the papers are there, it's complete. Send it on to the next part of the process, then do their review while the community board is doing their review, you know, as well. That always went on simultaneously. Those are quick things that could be done. Some things they have no control over. The fact that there is a revocable consent, which makes the process complicated, because it's not just a license going to a licensing agency and getting a license. There's this consent. This consent has multiple steps. It has a contract. It has fees associated with it, you know, annual rent. They're just administering that. That's something you've got to change. And that would also make the process a lot faster if there was no consent. So that's something that needs to be considered. I will say in the negotiation of all of this, that was something that council staff was very much open to, getting rid of the consent for outdoor dining, just like these other commercial uses of the public sidewalk. It didn't happen, but that's something that needs to be revisited. So some things you can do, some things they can do, you know, some things they can't do.
The enclosure is obviously very important as well because it gives them more time to monetize, you know, that space and pay for the fees. They're paying, again, a year-round license. They should be able to really use that space year-round, in addition to some of the other issues we mentioned as well.
That's a rule, you know, that could be changed by rule, or a statute can overrule that rule. The other important thing is the clearances. People have touched on it. For 40 years, the clearances on sidewalk cafes was very simple. You didn't need to be a lawyer to understand it. 50% of the sidewalk width, or 8 feet, whichever was greater. Everybody could figure out cafe, and you know, they all know what the size tables and chairs are. They could pretty much figure it out before they even applied. DOT came up with a very complicated map where every street in the city was color-coded. And now it wasn't 8 feet or 50% of the sidewalk. It was 8 feet or 10 feet or 12 feet, depending on which street you are on this color-coded map. And then the way they measured the clearances changed dramatically. Consumer Affairs, from the edge of the cafe to the curb. You know, here and there, you know, some other, you know, if it was a fire hydrant, you measure to the fire hydrant. They had all kinds of measurements to the complicated zone. Anything in the zone, you're measuring to that. The bottom line is, it not only made it more complicated, but what you're hearing from Mr. Guarino and, you know, and from some Sylvia's, is restaurants that had approved sidewalk cafes under those old rules for decades with no community problems, no passage problems on the sidewalk, renewed every 2-4 years, all of a sudden had to shrink their sidewalk cafes and change not only shrink the number of tables and chairs, but rather than having a nice clean line, they had to go in and out now, in and out, you know, because of these crazy ways they decided to do clearances. That's something that's in their rules that has to change, because that made it so confusing and it made it so unaffordable for some people to lose those tables and chairs that they just didn't apply. Yep. So you're really seeing the decimation in the boroughs.
Yep. And roadway, so I would just add on the roadway, that sidewalk, but on the roadway cafes, obviously, you know, the seasonality is the problem, but there's also clearance requirements there as well that don't always make sense. In certain cases, based on where a restaurant is located on a corner, they sometimes have to provide, I believe in certain cases, 50 feet, meaning that if you're located on one of these areas where you have to have 50 feet from a sign or a light before you can start your roadway cafe, you're basically cutting it at half or not having it at all. I think daylighting, and I know there's some folks, is more of a 10 or 15 foot. So I think if you're looking for safety measures, which we would support, you could still give restaurants back more of the space and keep it safe with daylighting or other street safety features as well. But that's one of the things we're hearing about. Also, certain no standing zones or other types of signs and obstructions are also limiting restaurants' abilities. Obviously, if you need to have space for a specific reason, you need to have it. But we found throughout the pandemic and now today, there are certain street signs or other obstructions that don't make much sense, but are limiting the ability of a restaurant to to have outdoor dining.
And again, not their fault, but the administration, and they work for the administration, yeah, so they had to listen, got other agencies involved that were not in the statute. Fire department, parks department, everybody threw in their 2 cents when they were doing their rules, which created a hodgepodge of rules and regulations. You know, that those agencies weren't part of the statute you passed. They've insinuated themselves, you know, I hope I'm not talking out of turn, you know, not with their cooperation over there, but they were told they had to cooperate. And now, you know, there's all kinds of additional problems and denials and changes that have to be made. That's not in writing anywhere.
Thank you for that. Next, we have a couple of members that have questions for this panel. We'll start with Councilmember Brewer, followed by Councilmember Narcisse.
Thank you for such an informed panel. You could run the city, all of you. My first question is just in terms of, you've talked about the problems in terms of paperwork. Obviously, as the Chairman has suggested, it'd be good to go to a real person. That is incredibly important for everybody, I think. But in addition, what other language or other paperwork issues could be modified so that there are less problems for the applicant? That's question number one. The second is, I'm a huge community board fan, and I do like items that go before the community board. There is some wish that if every single requirement has been made for that applicant, that maybe they wouldn't have to, but I think I would just like to hear your opinion on that topic. I know that still the community board may want to have some input. And then also my question is, and this is something that I should know more about, but right now I believe it's a revocable consent, which is a very layered process. I don't know exactly what that means. So those are my 3 questions.
Sure, I can address some of those, council members. So in terms of the first question on paperwork requirements, one of the places where we're seeing a lot of applications get stuck is in a back and forth with the DOT license examiners over their floor plans. So the key thing that you've got to submit in one of these applications is a diagram showing not only what the tables and chairs layout is going to be, but you have to have a number of clearances which comply with their regulations. You heard about the clear path requirement already, which has been made complicated, but there's other clearance criteria as well. You have to be X number of feet from a fire hydrant, X number of feet from this, from a pole, from a curb cut, et cetera, et cetera. And a lot of applications are getting stuck there because it's just really complicated and confusing to get those clearance requirements correct. One of the things you did in the legislation was eliminate the requirement that there be an architect that submit the plans. And the purpose of that was because it was supposed to be that bar and restaurant owners shouldn't have to hire a professional if they could just even hand-drawn in a clean, nice, professional way or on a simple computer program, submit plans. It should have been easy. But what we're seeing is even though the requirement of hiring an architect has been eliminated, in reality, in the back and forth with the agency on the plans, it's almost like you got to be an architect in order to understand what they're saying and make the corrections. So we're seeing over and over.
So what would you suggest that it be instead? How could we make it simpler?
The clearance requirements need to be made simpler. I think some of the clearance requirements that you heard about already are just too complicated.
That's what Andrew said, yeah.
Specifically the clear path. We need to go back, just to reiterate it because it's super important, we need to go back to the old DCA rule where your clear path, the amount of path on the sidewalk that's devoted to pedestrian flow is either 8 feet or 50% of the sidewalk, whichever is greater. That's what you need to be, that's what you need. On the community board process, we love community boards too, but one other aspect that's been really, really frustrating for applicants is they think they're just applying to DOT, but then when the community board does get notified of the application, the community board hits the applicant with their requirements, suggestions, and it confuses applicants.
Okay.
Yeah. And just on the community board point as well, I've just seen in my experience.
This is a member of a community board talking.
Yes, it's doing it as we have it at CB7 on the Upper West Side, where people are going back and forth and trying to get into the technical aspects. And you hear the expertise, a lawyer that does this day in, day out, can still be confused by it. You have people that are volunteer members of a community board sitting there talking about all these technical things, and some things are correct, other things could be incorrect, and you're spending so much time going back and forth, not necessarily on the overall aspect of whether the community wants that sidewalk cafe, wants the roadway cafe or not, but on these technical measurement issues, which just takes up too much time, and in my opinion, does not help the process and kind of frustrates everyone, both community board members, myself, and what I've witnessed from colleagues, but also from the restaurant applicants that appear before the board.
Okay, I hope we can hear from Mark Diller, because he can simplify that for us. Well, and then the revocable issue.
Yeah, get rid of it.
Wait.
That's been an issue for me for decades, literally. I don't understand why a sidewalk newsstand that occupies 70 square feet and is a permanent structure doesn't need a revocable consent, but movable tables and chairs do. And basically, when the sidewalk cafe law was passed in the 1970s, it did not. You were a restaurant, you were able to apply, there were basic clearances, and you got approved. 1980, two things happened. The zoning overlay was added and the revocable consent overlay was added. We've now gotten rid of the zoning overlay, which is good for the boat, but we have not gotten rid of the revocable consent. It's hard work. Council put it in the law. In my opinion, the council could take it out of the law. You made it, and you can take it away. So again, there are multiple uses of the public sidewalk that don't have that revocable consent overlay. So you go to an agency, it's generally Consumer Affairs, you file an application. If the application ultimately goes through a review process, if it gets approved, you get your license, shine, you're done. You do your renewals, they do the enforcement, whatever. The consent overlay makes it a multi-month, multi-layered, multiple expensive process. And there's no legal reason in my mind for it. There's certainly no ethical or moral reason, and there's no policy reason for it. Whatever you need to do to get rid of it, you should get rid of it. Whatever agency, whether it's DOT, who's the licensing agency, or Consumer Affairs, there's still going to be enforcement. There's still going to be clearances.
Oh, with a permit, there would be, yes.
They'll have a permit. They'll have a license, which could still be taken away if, 3 strikes and you're out. All that stays the same. You just don't have this extra stuff. So there's no controller's office reviewing the same 20-page contract literally 3,000 times. You don't have the mayor's office reviewing the same boilerplate 20-page contract 30 times, 3,000 times. There's no reason for it. It's a whole bureaucracy that, I don't know why it was created in 1980. It's even before my time, but its time has passed.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Narcisse, followed by Councilmember Osei. Also, we've been joined by the Majority Leader, Amanda Farias, and Councilmember Rafael Salamanca.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, and good morning for being here. And as a former small business owner, I know how difficult it can be in New York City to run business, right? So now, I heard from you, I was gonna ask the question around the paperwork and all the things that we can do to make it easier. But now I wanna hear from the business owners how we can help you. What is the step that you're expecting from us beside the paperwork? Because the paperwork is tremendous. And one of the questions that I have, I know the liquor license have been difficult. How viable is outdoor without dining without liquor license?
Yeah, without liquor license, it would not be viable at all. How could we explain to our guests that they can have a glass of wine inside, but not outside? It wouldn't be viable for street or sidewalk at that point, for sure.
But also the burden on the staff of policing that. I mean, we all saw during COVID the burden that was put on checking people's Vax cards. Like, I had a human throw a glass bottle at a bartender over a Vax card. It's not the staff that are serving drinks or food. It's not their responsibility to police things like that. And then, so if we can't serve alcohol, then we have to hire security, because then you have running the risk of someone taking alcohol outside and then the SLA coming by and then pulling your liquor license. And once you lose your liquor license, you can never get one ever again. So if I've spent my entire life being a bar owner and that's gone, and that's based on just like someone taking something outside, there are just so many levels. And it's like, as much as COVID is over for hospitality, people are still really tired. And then to ask your staff to do more on what they're already doing, it's a big ask. And we're just trying to love on people and be hospitable and take care of the people we employ. So it's just too much of an ask for people to do that. And we, as I said, 907 burgers, I think I said, to break even. You take away alcohol, and you think about the margins that you make on food, which is not a lot compared to the margins that you make on selling alcohol, because food goes bad, alcohol does not. So.
And to add, just the burden of the paperwork, reducing the paperwork, because it is very time consuming for my team trying to complete these applications in the back and forth, yes.
Been there. I know how difficult that can be. Another thing that I want to ask you, do you think, because we all want you to stay in business. That's what makes New York City, New York City. We're not perfect in legislation because legislation, we have to address certain things. Keep in mind, right, it's just not to take your business out. In all the defense of my colleagues, we know that shed was a problem, sidewalk cafe was a problem. We want to work with you. Just keep that in mind. So whatever that you feel like we can do, we hear the paperwork, and I'm sure Gail Brewer gonna be on top of it. We're gonna have that conversation because we need you to stay in business, and we're not here to push you out of the door because without restaurant in New York City, we're not New York City. So I wanna say that whatever you think that we can do for you, we're gonna continue working on it. We know that alcohol is a problem, like you just mentioned, and I'm here to support, and I know Chair Julie Menon is going to continue working with you, and we're going to make it happen, okay, the best way we can. So thank you for your business in New York City.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I can just start? Good morning. It is, in my personal opinion, that this bill that was passed and what the administration was trying to do, I believe that the intention was to kill the program. And I think we're experiencing some of the real effects of that through the testimony that you're sharing, right? By creating this perception that they were trying to create a process for it, but it actually harming the entirety of the whole thing. I think a question that I want to pose to you, because I think most of my questions are for the administration when they do testify. It's unfortunate that the commissioner won't be here today. Is the main talking point that we hear in terms of why outdoor dining was bad was because of rats and sanitation. And I just want to yield some time to some of the business owners here that I believe that you guys being here alone shows that you're upstanding business owners and are doing a good job and care about your communities and care about your business. What do you respond to that in terms of the sanitation issue that people try to pose to belittle this program?
I mean, I don't think the program has that effect. I mean, it's New York City, I feel that's another topic, but I feel like the city can do a whole lot more to assist us in those issues. But, we're restaurant owners, so we have to comply and keep a sanitary space, whether it's inside or outside.
Yeah, and I'd just say I think it's another area where the challenges of roadway are being conflated with sidewalk. Because sidewalk is, without a structure, with just tables and chairs, I don't see an issue there. Where we've built structures in the side, now we've all learned that you need to be careful, and the new regulations require you to raise the floor and clean underneath because you're providing a place for harborage. So that was never an issue with the old sidewalk program. It is a concern that needs to be addressed in the roadway program, but I think there are certainly steps that the program has covered to make that less of an issue.
I had both iterations, so obviously I had the sandbags and took my two-door stick shift to pick up a lot of sandbags. It was a fun day for me. I believe that the rules put forth now pretty much negate that. I mean, all of my sidewalk or my panels in my street seating come up, sweep under. So I think it's kind of a moot point. That's just like a low-hanging fruit to say that this program won't work. We fixed the problems that we learned from the emergency program, and that's not really an issue. We work in food, so we have the Department of Health coming in. We are tasked with not making people sick, with keeping them safe, with not over-serving. So I think rats and outdoor dining is just the easiest target when we're literally tasked with keeping people safe every day.
And how responsive has DCWP or DOT been when maybe some of the complications that you had during this new rendition of the program been? Have they been responsive in answering your questions? Has it been clear responses that you've been receiving? What has the engagement been there?
So I can tell you that I used a lawyer. So my lawyer has done the bulk of that, which I'm very grateful for because there has been a lot of back and forth. And I feel like a lot of the questions that were posed, I would have had to reach out to someone else to figure out how to answer them. My very best friend owns a bar in Queens, and she tackled this program on her own. And I can tell you that she has called me a few times a week to ask questions, to reach out to Andrew, to talk to Jeff Garcia, to try to figure out the responses, because she has talked to DOT and the answers weren't as clear. But this is also specifically relating to the conditional approval as it relates to altering your liquor license. There's been a lot of confusion around that, and I know that you're dealing with a state agency and a city agency, but I can tell you that a lot of people I have talked to are very confused about the alteration and that in general. And I don't know if it's because DOT is waiting for a response from the SLA to respond to the questions, but there hasn't been a lot of answers in regard to that.
I'll just add to that on DOT's responsiveness. I mean, we found that DOT staff is responsive to individual applicant questions. We don't always like the answers we get. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't, sometimes it's confusing, but emails do go answered, which is something we do appreciate.
Yeah.
And to reiterate on the rats and the cleanliness issue, as Robert said, the overwhelming majority of applications are sidewalk cafes, always has been, and still are. That's never been an issue for sidewalk cafes. It's tables and chairs on the sidewalk. I think the new rules address the few neighborhood complaints that there were concerning roadway. Understand that nobody, including us, expected some of those structures to be up for as many years as they were. So they weren't built necessarily, to last. So that's resolved now. They're all gone. The new flooring requirement will take care of that. The new closing hours take care of that. Noise, no TVs or music or speakers allowed outdoors. So I think the legitimate concerns during the emergency for roadway have been resolved, and now we just need to make the process more appealing so that more businesses will apply for it.
Thank you.
Thank you to the panel for your testimony. It was definitely informative. Next, in the panel, you can.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Next, we'll have a statement from Councilmember Salamanca regarding his bill being heard today.
Thank you, Madam Chairs. Thank you, Chair Menem and Chair Bro Powers, for the opportunity to speak on my bill, Intro 8578. The intent of Intro 8578 is simple. It requires the Department of Sanitation to tow vehicles that are incumbents on our city streets within 72 hours of notification by NYPD. This legislation is not about tidying up our curbs. It's about reclaiming public space, ensuring safety, and restoring fairness to how our streets are used. Every day, abandoned, inoperable, and improperly parked vehicles clog our neighborhoods. They block bike lanes, bus stops, fire hydrants, and curb space desperately needed for everything from commercial deliveries to parking for residents. These abandoned vehicles turn our streets into graveyards for zombie cars and are a source of constant frustration for all of our constituents. This legislation sets a clear, reasonable time frame for action. It empowers the Department of Sanitation to act swiftly but fairly. It brings much-needed accountability to a system that too often lets inaction persist. Clean, safe, and accessible streets are not a luxury. They're a basic necessity in a city of over 8 million people. Let's not allow the bad actors who abandon vehicles to hold entire blocks hostages. I urge my colleagues to support this common-sense legislation and put our public space back to public use. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I also want to mention we've been joined by Councilmember Krishnan, Majority Leader Farias, Councilmember Rivera. So we're now going to go to the administration, and we will be calling representatives of the administration to testify. We'll be hearing testimony from Margaret Forgione, First Deputy Commissioner, Michelle Craven, Associate Deputy Commissioner for Cityscape and Franchises, and Rick Rodriguez, Assistant Commissioner for Intergovernmental and Community Affairs. Before I turn it over to the committee counsel to administer the affirmation, I do want to say that it is unbelievably disappointing that the commissioner is personally not here. The commissioner lobbied to have outdoor dining under the purview of DOT, despite some concerns that the city council had, and for him not to be here today, I think, is really disrespectful to the city council. So I'll now turn it over to committee counsel to administer the affirmation.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
Okay. Good morning, Chair Menon, Chair Brooks Powers, and members of the Committees on Consumer and Worker Protection and Transportation and Infrastructure. I am Margaret Forgione, First Deputy Commissioner of the New York City Department of Transportation. With me today are Michelle Craven, Associate Deputy Commissioner for Cityscape and Franchises, and Rick Rodriguez, Assistant Commissioner for
Sorry, we have to pause the hearing for a minute. Is there a technical issue? There's a technical issue with the Zoom. Give us 1 minute, please. Okay, it's just going to be a few minutes to fix a technical issue, so if people want to take a quick walk around the room, but please don't go far. We're hopefully going to start in just a few minutes. Thank you. Wonderful. Okay, we are back in action. Before we resume, I also want to mention we've been joined by our colleague, Councilmember Bottcher. And First Deputy Commissioner, we need you to begin the testimony from the top. Thank you so much.
No problem. Good morning, Chair Menon, Chair Brooks Powers, and members of the Committees on Consumer and Worker Protection and Transportation and Infrastructure. I am Margaret Forgione, First Deputy Commissioner of the New York City Department of Transportation. With me today are Michelle Craven, Associate Deputy Commissioner for Cityscape and Franchises, and Rick Rodriguez, Assistant Commissioner for Intergovernmental and Community Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Mayor Adams and Commissioner Rodriguez on the city's outdoor dining program. During the pandemic, New Yorkers came to enjoy and appreciate outdoor dining in new ways. It was not only a critical lifeline for many restaurants and small businesses when indoor dining was prohibited, but it contributed to the vibrancy of our neighborhoods and improved the dining experience for so many people, especially on warm, sunny days. As the pandemic ended, New York City DOT worked closely with the City Council to make outdoor dining a permanent part of our city's streetscape, and we are pleased that the Council did so when it passed Local Law 121 of 2023. The law created seasonal roadway dining, preserved year-round sidewalk dining, and provided the framework for the future of outdoor dining. Just as we did during the emergency program, DOT has worked hard to help as many restaurants participate in the program as possible. 3 weeks ago, DOT launched the first season of Dining Out NYC. There were over 2,500 restaurants authorized to operate, including every restaurant that applied by the August 3rd, 2024 deadline and completed any required steps. While a new program and rules brings new realities for restaurants, we are encouraged that the program is already well over double the size of the city's pre-pandemic program, is the largest outdoor dining program in the country, and has a similar participation rate to Paris, which also recently made elements of its outdoor dining program seasonal. Our team has been working tirelessly to get us to this point, and we are proud of all that we have achieved so far. Now to give some background on how we got here. The city's outdoor dining program has gone through several iterations. First, the pre-pandemic Sidewalk Cafe program managed by DCWP, then the pandemic era temporary outdoor dining program authorized by mayoral emergency executive orders, and now the permanent Dining Out NYC program created in response to Local Law 121 of 2023. With each iteration, we have built on lessons learned and took bold steps to reimagine the use of public space. In the pre-pandemic era, around 1,200 restaurants participated in the Sidewalk Cafe program managed by DCWP. Restaurants were allowed to extend their dining onto the sidewalk as an unenclosed or, in certain cases, an enclosed cafe. Cafes complied with the zoning resolution, which prohibited sidewalk cafes entirely in many neighborhoods and on certain corridors. They also had to comply with a building code, obtain a revocable consent through DCWP, obtain approval from city planning, and approval from the Landmarks Preservation Commission, depending on the location of the restaurant. These regulations were confusing and restrictive, creating barriers to small businesses trying to participate in the program, especially in the outer boroughs. Then in 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic brought us challenges unlike any we had seen before. The necessity of closing indoor dining for most of 2020 meant that restaurants were particularly impacted by the pandemic, losing thousands of staff and in many cases closing permanently. Balancing public health guidelines and the need to save the city's beloved restaurant industry, the city rapidly created a temporary open restaurant program so New Yorkers could safely dine outside. The program reimagined the use of public space to bring restaurant dining to streets and sidewalks across the city. During the peak of the pandemic, the program had between 6,000 and 8,000 restaurants participating and saved 100,000 jobs. The temporary program was free for restaurants, suspended most pre-existing sidewalk cafe requirements, and allowed restaurants to self-certify that they met the temporary program's requirements, all with the goal of encouraging as many restaurants to participate as quickly as possible. While the program was overwhelmingly popular, it also brought about numerous quality of life concerns around noise and sanitation, among other issues. Thus, when planning the permanent outdoor dining program, DOT worked to implement a program built around lessons learned from both the DCWP Sidewalk Cafe program as well as the temporary open restaurants program. The goal that we shared with the council was to strike a balance between the programs of the past, loosening requirements from the pre-pandemic program as much as possible to encourage wider participation, while updating regulations to address quality of life concerns. The program has significantly lower fees than the pre-pandemic Sidewalk Cafe program, with rates varying by location and setup size. Simultaneously, a zoning text amendment was also removed the pre-pandemic program's numerous geographic restrictions, allowing the restaurants to participate in areas of the city where outdoor dining was not allowed previously. With the transition to the first year of Dining Out NYC, we are proud of the work the agency has done so far. DOT conducted extensive outreach, including 44 webinar presentations with question and answer sessions for restaurants, repeated email communications to every business with a food service establishment permit, and over 15,000 palm cards distributed in person. We also did extensive engagement with the news media and via social media to raise awareness about the program. DOT has received nearly 3,900 applications from over 3,200 restaurants, and our goal is to help all of these restaurants participate in the program. When an application is incomplete or includes errors, our staff doesn't just reject the application, we work with applicants to help them achieve approval. Our application is also available in 12 languages, a concern that we heard raised today. To expedite the lengthy application process required by Local Law 121 and other requirements of the City Charter, and to allow as many restaurants to be up and running by April 1st as possible, DOT issued conditional approvals to restaurants applying to operate a roadway cafe that had already gone through the DOT review, community board review, and had a public hearing. Thanks to this effort, the vast majority of restaurants that applied for a roadway cafe by August 3rd deadline were approved to operate. In addition, all restaurants that applied for a sidewalk cafe prior to the August 3rd deadline have been allowed to operate. We are thrilled that outdoor dining is now a permanent part of the city's streetscape, and we want to work with the council to make this program as successful as possible. This includes listening to the concerns of restaurants about how to expand participation and to make the application process faster and easier. We are just over 3 weeks into the first Dining Out NYC season, so I'm sure there will be more lessons learned and additional feedback to consider. We look forward to discussing lessons from this first season with the council and other stakeholders so that we can work together to make outdoor dining a success for many years to come. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. We now welcome any questions.
Great, thank you very much. So a number of questions. I mean, first of all, I really want to drill down on this number of the 67 businesses with full approval, because the goal of the hearing is obviously to try to fix this backlog and figure out what can we do to improve this. Why is it that only 67 businesses have received this full approval?
Okay, I'll start out by going through some of the numbers, and then Michelle will add if I've missed anything. First and foremost, we want to emphasize that 80% of the program's applicants are now able to be up and running as of April 1st. So the bottom line is that 80% of restaurants can operate as we speak. So that for us is the most key factor here. We want to get every restaurant operational as soon as possible.
But it's just a conditional approval, so does that give restaurants a certainty that they need? They're outlaying a lot of expenses on this.
Good, so let me explain that a little bit. And maybe I'll run through some of the numbers, Chair, if that's good, and then I'll get your question. So we've had 3,922 total applications, and that is from about 3,200 different food service establishments. Of those applications, 774 are roadway, 1,754 are sidewalk, and 697 are both. Of that group of applications, we have 511 that were either withdrawn by the applicant or were denied because they were in a bus stop or they were at a hydrant or something of that nature. So that leaves us with about 3,411. Of that 3,411, 2,603 are able to operate either because they have gone through the process, or if they're sidewalk, they applied before August 3rd, or if they're roadway, they have gone through so much of the process that we know their application is correct and they've already had a public hearing. So to answer your question, the people that have been able to set up now, roadway in particular, we have completely reviewed every aspect of their application and they're all correct. So they won't be in the situation where they've set something up and then upon the final license, we're going to say, oh, what you put out there is incorrect. That will not happen. They know exactly what they need to put out. In the meantime, we have the 1,800 sidewalk setups also operating, and we've been very clear with all of them that they should do so, and that we'll keep working through the process in the meantime.
What happens to the 20%?
So the 20%, let me tell you about that exactly. So we have a number that we're in active discussions with or are non-responsive. And so what we found, and Michelle can explain this a little bit further, is that as we talked about earlier, some of the restaurants and the hospitality alliance mentioned, a lot of the restaurants, because we did not require an architect or an engineer to prepare their drawings, we got some quite substandard drawings. So what we've had to do in those cases is go back and forth with the restaurant. And what we quickly learned is that the restaurants, they're very busy, they're running a business, or they don't have the expertise. What we have done, rather than tell them your measurements are wrong, your sidewalk distances are totally incorrect, what we have done is we have corrected those errors for them, sent it back to them, asked them to review, and then we're keeping their application moving. Of the ones that we're waiting to approve now, what we're seeing is some of them are not responding to us, or some of them may choose to withdraw, but they're not telling us they don't want to participate in the program. So we're doing everything we can to get to them. We've offered to come out to their restaurant. We've offered a Zoom call to go through the plans. They can come to us. We're open to any of those things that the restaurants mentioned earlier, but we can't necessarily force every restaurant to engage with us if they're not interested.
Why wouldn't you set up a walk-in licensing center in every single borough to make it easy for restaurants to walk in, get their paperwork processed, and get their questions answered?
Chair, I'd rather even make it easier. We'll go to the restaurant. We have gone to restaurants and we have offered restaurants to come to them. What we've heard from most of them is they're super busy, so they actually prefer the Zoom option, the remote option, where we call up the plan on the screen. They're in their restaurant, we're in the office, and we do that together. We change the plan, fix it, and move it along.
That sounds great. It's just not what we're hearing in the field. It totally contradicts complaints that I'm getting to my office, that I know that my colleagues are getting, that the Hospitality Alliance is getting, where people feel that it's stuck in bureaucratic red tape and that they're not hearing back from DOT. So there seems to be a total disconnect between what you're saying and what we're hearing from restaurants and the Hospitality Alliance.
Okay, well, actually, the folks who were here before us, a lot of them indicated an excellent response out of DOT, and we are returning all the calls within a day or so. We've responded to every email. We don't have a backlog, so we're actually being very responsive. And if you know of any businesses or your colleagues that are having trouble, let us know, and we will have someone hold their hand immediately and go to them if they want us to go to them.
We will definitely do that. Now, why do you think so few restaurants are applying? You mentioned a little over 3,000 statistic, but there were 13,144 businesses participating in outdoor dining at the end of the city's temporary restaurants program. So we sort of have an abysmal application rate. Why is that?
So we actually think we've had a good application rate. At the height of the program, during COVID, we had about 6,000 to 8,000 restaurants operating. The 13,000 number is people that may have signed up. They may or may not have ever even used the option. They may have stayed in business. They may have gone out of business. We didn't require a restaurant to tell us if they were setting up or not. So we think the number we're talking about is about 6,000 to 8,000. And we have, at this point, about 4,000 applications. And just as a, just to mention that a comparable program to New York is probably Paris, and they have not seen that percentage of people signing up between the temporary and the permanent program. So we actually think we're doing pretty well. However, we're not resting on our laurels. We love the dining out program. We want more people to participate as we get through this first year, and we're gonna have time to really focus on even more outreach. We will go out to communities, we'll work with any of the council members, boards, whoever, and we will try to solicit more people and get them in the program. And Michelle, do you wanna add anything?
I was just gonna add that we are seeing new applications every day, so the numbers keep going up regularly.
Why is the application only in English and in Spanish?
That's not correct. It's in 12 languages.
Okay, because we're hearing from restaurants, we heard that directly. So it's on the, you're saying it's absolutely in 12 languages, because we heard complaints about language access, so that those complaints are incorrect?
Yes, it launched in English and Spanish. That's what our IT department was able to get ready at the time, but we have increased it to 12 languages since launch.
When did you increase it?
I do not know specifically, but we can find out for you.
Because we literally were hearing as of like the last couple weeks that it wasn't. So if this is something new that was done, that's great, but that is not what we've been hearing.
I'm going to say that it was before the last few weeks, but we'll find out and get more clarity.
Okay, okay. What can be done in terms of the complaints that you heard from the previous panel? There were a myriad complaints. How do you recommend that the agency fix those complaints? Everything from the revocable consent portion to the excessive fees, to the backlog, to the delay, to the issue around architectural drawings. I mean, we heard, how are you proposing that you can fix all of these different issues?
Okay, so some of that comes back to a complicated process that comes back to both the local law and the city charter. So I think there are discussions for us to have with the council on some of this. But I think, you know, what we want to do is get through this first year or so and see how restaurants are doing once the program settles in a little bit, and then take stock of where we are and keep making improvements. But maybe Michelle will talk to you a little bit about some of the measures we have taken so far to make sure that the process is as smooth as possible.
So, okay. So, One thing, I guess, from the very beginning, we assign every application to a dedicated plan reviewer. They work with the restaurants directly to make sure the applications are complete, to make sure that the site plans include what they need to include. I will point out, just because there was a lot of discussion about site plans and the kind of review that needed to happen to the site plans up front, some of the site plans we receive are, like, they don't have any dimensions. It may not have a street name on it, like, are very, very, very basic. And I think we found that if we sent those to the community boards would be very unhappy with us for sending that little detail about a particular site plan to them. And so that is why we work with the restaurants very closely up front to try to get those site plans into compliance and to make sure that the restaurant itself, the outdoor dining setup, would be in compliance. We work to make every application viable to make sure it gets approved. Anything that we think we can get it approved, we're going to try to get it approved. We offer, as the First Deputy Commissioner said, we have a lot of Zoom and Teams sessions with people. We take remote calls so that we can be online updating the site plans for the restaurants instead of asking them to do it themselves. We can do it in one fell swoop. They can take any measurements if they need to. They'll be at the restaurant. We take care of that right away. We can make site visits if we need to. We have done that. If there are minor issues with an application that maybe don't affect the site plan or really affect the application that severely, we'll send it to the community board right away rather than hold it up. For roadway applications, I'll say, because the community boards get 30 days to look at it and the lead time for a public hearing notice is approximately a month, we will basically start the advertising process for a public hearing as soon as we send it to the community board, so we can hold the public hearing right away after the community board's time has run out. That's a lot of it, I think. Yeah.
And what type of specific outreach are you doing to restaurants about the program? And if you could be specific by borough, because we're seeing a real equity issue. We're seeing a lot in Manhattan, but not in some of the other boroughs. So I want to understand what's happening.
Okay. We have done over the last year and a half, a lot of outreach. We've worked with the Department of Small Business Services in particular to help us reach a lot of the restaurants. We have contacted every single restaurant that has a food permit. What is the?
Food service establishment permit.
Yes, thank you. We've done 15 webinars with community boards, 29 webinars for Q&A sessions with restaurants, the bids, the hospitality groups, other city agencies. We've done a tremendous amount of email blasts with dining out program information, with links to the website. We've done a number of in-person presentations, tabling at business events. We've presented at New York City Interagency Task Force meetings, 13 press releases since 2024, and distributed over 15,000 palm cards with information. And our inspectors have gone to every restaurant that participated in the temporary program twice in order to give them information on the permanent program to make sure they understood it. That's just a sampling of it. I don't have it broken down by borough.
We've heard from a lot of restaurants that they're recommending that the city allow for greater flexibility for safe sidewalk cafe clearances, and we heard that issue brought up before, as well as DOT scaffolding requirements and getting clarification on that. Have you taken any of those two issues, and would you take them moving forward and clarify them so that we're not putting this onerous burden on the applicant?
So, Chair, are you speaking about our clearance requirements, and are we willing to revisit those?
Yes.
Okay. So what we have done, and things have changed a lot. I heard the folks testifying before us talking about how they have had certain clearance requirements dating back to DCWB's program for decades. The needs of the city are constantly changing, and as we develop a permanent outdoor dining program, we felt it was very critical to look at what we need now in the city. Everyone here is aware we have a ton of competing demands for both sidewalk and roadway in the city, but focusing on sidewalk in particular, sidewalks first and foremost are to be able to get people safely to move from one place to the other. So we've developed, and Michelle can talk a little bit more about it, but we have developed some clear path requirements very analytically, looking at land use such as density of the area, height of the buildings, land use with hospitals, subway stations, et cetera, to gauge how much sidewalk space is necessary to safely and comfortably move people. So that is the basis for our sidewalk clearances. And we've even accommodated those a little bit further and given a few more feet for each of those categories to dining out. But we feel it's very important to be very measured as we approach the permanent program and give a fair amount of space to pedestrians moving on the sidewalks. And that's not to say that's not something we want to revisit in the future. And any other details you want to add?
I'll just add, aside from the pedestrian clear path, which is obviously very important, there are clearance requirements for other elements in the sidewalk, whether they're fire hydrants, subway stairs, bus shelters, whatever else. A lot of those objects already have certain clearances that have to be maintained for them so that they can be used appropriately. But we had a series of interagency meetings, I think starting in 2021, to talk through everybody's infrastructure, the needs that are out there, sister agencies, MTA, utility companies, to figure out what's sort of the right size for the different clearances. And we tried to be as flexible as possible for the restaurants to get as many restaurants operating as we could.
Okay, and the fiscal year 2025 November plan added $176,000 for an additional 8 headcount positions to process outdoor dining applications. Have all of those positions been filled?
Yes.
Do you think that you need more staff to address the backlog?
I don't think we need more staff, so maybe I'll just talk about that for a moment. We have, obviously, this is our biggest year. In order to address the applications that are coming in this year, we have our 24 staff that are funded as part of the program. We also trained some other staff within the department and put them on loan into this program. And we also hired some consultants for several months in order to help review applications. So we think that the staff in the program is probably the right number going forward, but we're also prepared to take measures to bring in more staff if we ever need to.
I just think when you have the number of complaints you have, and we know that there have been tremendous number of complaints, despite what your testimony is saying, there are enormous amounts of complaints. There is a huge backlog. It also, I do want to point out that records show that from 2017 to 2019, it took DCWP an average of 177 days from the filing of an application to the approval of a sidewalk cafe license. And one of the whole intents of this law was to try to speed up this process. But now we're seeing that many applications are still in this backlog. So why do you think that 8 staff members is enough to address this program?
Okay, the reason the program is taking so long is really because of the steps in the process, coming back to some things required in the city charter, other things required in the local law. You know, we're giving council, we're giving community board review time, we have a public hearing, we have to notice the public hearing, there's a certain number of days at the controller. So each of those things that I just rattled off, and Michelle can get into them in detail if we want to talk about them, those things are just months. Those add together and form months. So it is less, I would say, if we have an active restaurant that's engaging with us in the back and forth, we can get the application final very quickly in a matter of a few weeks. But it's really all these other steps in the process that add on so much time.
Can you give us examples? If you don't have them now, could you send to both of the chairs examples of restaurants where it's taken a couple weeks from start to finish? Because I would like to talk to those restaurants, because that is absolutely not what we're hearing.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, so if you could get that to us by the end of the week, I'd like to have a list of all restaurants where it took a couple weeks, start to finish, for the process.
We can give you some examples of that, sure.
Yes, that would be great. The seasonal nature of the program, which we know the council had that requirement, I personally objected to that. I think this should be a year-round program. Is DOT open to an amendment where it would be a year-round program, so that we're not putting, again, the burden on restaurants to buy all this equipment, store the equipment, then reassemble the equipment?
Yeah, we'd be happy to engage in discussions about that.
Okay, I have a number of more questions, but I want to be respectful of my colleagues, so let me turn it over to Chair Brooks Powers.
Hi, Commissioner. Good to see you.
Great to see you.
I'm going to start with the application process issues, just picking up on some of what Chair Menon had mentioned and what we heard from some of the businesses earlier. Can you walk through DOT's approval process for applicants that submitted a license and revocable consent application? Specifically, what does the preliminary review from DOT include and how long does it take?
So I'll walk you through for both the sidewalks and the roadways because they're separate processes as set up in the legislation. The preliminary review process, we receive the application, including the site plan, photographs, supporting documents. We review to make sure we have everything that we need. We review the site plan to make sure that it is complete and accurate and includes the information that we need to submit it to the community board for proper review. So we look at the site plan itself, we look at the photographs that are submitted, we go onto Cyclomedia or Street View to get a sense of the lay of the land. And if there are issues with the site plan, then we work with the applicant to improve the site plan and get it into good shape. I think one thing we found early on is that we would send comments back and ask the restaurants to sort of update their site plan themselves and come back to us, and we realized that that was not efficient at all, and so that's when we started up these Zoom meetings so we could just do everything online to the extent we could and basically redraw it ourselves. But so that's the preliminary review process. Then we submit the applications to the community board, this is for sidewalk, to the community board, the borough president, and the affected city council member. The community boards have 40 days to decide whether or not they're going to hold a public hearing or send comments back to us. Depending on how things go with the community board, we may be required to hold a public hearing at DOT. And so then we either approve the application, approve it with a modification, or deny. If we approve or approve with modification, then we send it here to the city council. The council has 45 days to decide whether or not to call the application to a vote. If it makes it through the city council successfully, then we notify the applicant that it's been approved, and we reach out to them to execute the revocable consent agreement, send us insurance, and then the annual fee. Then it comes back to us, we execute, it goes to MOX, and then it's entered into FMS and goes to the comptroller. For the roadway cafes, it starts off the same way with the application submission, the preliminary review. We forward the application to the affected community board and city council member, who will have 30 days to comment. Submit comments to us. We then hold the public hearing, which, as I mentioned before, this public hearing is a charter requirement. It requires 3 weeks of advertising notices in the city record, as well as 2 newspaper ads that have to be paid for by the applicant according to the city charter. But we try to overlap the public hearing notice advertising period with the community board review time to try to make it as efficient as possible. We hold our public hearing. If everything goes well, then we approve the application, send it out for execution, comes back, goes to MOX, the comptroller, and then we issue the license.
Thank you for that. And how are you prioritizing the pending applications?
So what we did first was we looked at the roadway applications in order to get them moving, because we knew that any sidewalk applicant that had applied by the August 3rd deadline was going to be able to operate. So we took care of the roadway ones first and started them on the process, and then we had moved on to the sidewalk applications next.
Aside from inadequate site plans, what are some common issues applicants face in the preliminary review stage?
Okay, so several things. Again, as you mentioned, the response times from restaurants at the beginning. Then we often wait for payment for the public hearing. We're having a hard time getting that payment secured in some cases from restaurants.
And how much is it?
It's about $800 or so.
And then the last thing is like the remaining paperwork at the end to finalize the process.
Did DCWP provide any advice or guidance to DOT on management of the sidewalk cafe program before Local Law 121 transferred it to DOT?
I know we had several meetings with them to talk over their program, their experiences, and the process.
We've also, the legislation required us to hold a quarterly task force meeting with DCWP and the Department of City Planning, and we've been doing that since the legislation passed.
Because I believe I've been told that, I guess, the rules in the current program are not, a mirror image of what it was prior to Local Law 121. And so having the learned lessons from the previous program, I'm wondering how DOT used that information to determine what the rules would be for this current program.
Right. So I think, again, the sticking point are some of the requirements that are just in the charter and the local law. So even understanding some of those issues didn't necessarily mean we could avoid them.
Just going over to, again, in line with what I was just asking in terms of rules. In the pre-pandemic program, restaurants operating sidewalk cafes were required to maintain a sidewalk clearance of half of the sidewalk or 8 feet, whichever was greater. Can you describe the changes the agency made to the clearance requirements for sidewalk cafes?
So, in terms of the pedestrian clear path, I think the first deputy commissioner alluded to this a little bit, but we did, the agency conducted or released a pedestrian mobility plan that did a modeling analysis throughout the city to identify streets that have higher pedestrian traffic versus streets with lower pedestrian traffic, and recommended pedestrian clear paths for different types of corridors based on those uses. We used the guidance in the pedestrian mobility plan to set the clear path in this program. We did make some adjustments because we were trying to balance getting more restaurants to operate, as many restaurants to operate as we can, versus providing adequate clearances for pedestrians. And so for the larger corridors, we reduced the recommended requirements by several feet, but that's where we got these numbers for the pedestrian clear path.
How did DOT determine the proper distance between sidewalk cafes and other street elements, such as subway infrastructure, tree beds, mailboxes?
So we held a series of interagency meetings for a long period of time, and we reviewed the existing clearances that were out there, both that were listed in the old DCWP program, as well as clearance requirements that other programs have for their infrastructure, to try to come up with the most appropriate clearances here. And that was sister agencies, the MTA, Con Ed, National Grid, anybody who might be touching the street.
Okay, and my last set of questions is going to focus on the resources for restaurants to be compliant. Can you provide a status update on the federal funding that was secured by Congresswoman Grace Meng for setups in New York 6?
Yes, one moment, please. Thank you. Okay, so SPS is managing this project, but we're working very closely with them and also the Queens Chamber of Commerce. And her funding will secure about 60 setups that will be distributed to interested establishments within her district. So to date, 3 of those setups have been installed. 14 are going to be installed in the next 2 weeks. And then there's engagement happening with 32 other restaurants who are interested in participating.
Thank you for that. Can you please provide the committees with an update on DOT's Marketplace Directory?
Yes, so we're very proud of the Marketplace Directory. We have lots of different businesses who are sharing their ability to provide the items that are compliant items in our program. The companies can construct, they can assemble or disassemble, they can design the setups, they can move them, they can store them, all of that. So we have heard back from businesses that they have found this to be a very useful tool to do some one-stop shopping for their dining out setup.
How many licensees have taken advantage of the services provided through the Marketplace?
Yeah, we haven't required them to report back to us on that, so I don't have a number for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we've got a number of colleagues with questions. Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. And I, for one, am always glad to see Margaret Forgione. I like the commissioner.
Thank
He's
you,
okay.
Councilmember.
I can deal with him. But I'll take Margaret any day of the week. That's me. First of all, I think we all want to know, I know this is the general question, but what the process is long. Do you have some suggestions that could make it shorter? I know that in some cases, when it's a perfect storm, it sounds like you can do it in weeks. But are there some suggestions you would have to make it shorter? And I guess picking up on the chairman is, does revocable consent have to exist, or could we do a permit?
Okay. So Michelle will comment a little bit more about revocable consent. It's part of the charter, and there's a question on whether...
So when I testify tonight at the charter, the mayor's charter, I will say, get rid of the goddamn thing.
Okay, and that might entail a referendum, but I'm going to have Michelle explain that because she understands it best. But in terms of all of the other requirements, we would want to talk that over with the council and decide, do we want to have some of the review periods be less, for example? Those are things that we would want to talk about further. Okay. And we're open. We want to make it as smooth as possible. But Michelle, do you want to explain about?
I hate that thing.
I would very much like to explain. I think a lot of this was comes out of discussions from the city law department, so I don't think we can get into too much detail right here. But my understanding, because we were trying to streamline the process as much as possible, sort of going into the legislation, my understanding is that the consent was the only option at the time. I think we would be happy if there is another way to do this, to talk about a different option. I think if you're going to go to the CRC, feel free to
added it to my list already.
But that's where I think we'd be happy to talk more, but probably offline.
Okay. What other agencies do you work with? Fire, sanitation, et cetera? And is there coordination? I know you mentioned some of the other agencies too, SBS. How does that coordination work? Is it through that task force that you mentioned, or are there other ways that they coordinate?
So we coordinate as needed, I think, throughout the process. We work with SBS quite frequently, actually, for outreach to the restaurants, and in terms of the MENG funding and other issues that the First Deputy Commissioner mentioned. We work with the Health Department, obviously, in terms of making sure we have the appropriate eligible restaurants, to make sure everything is clear there. We work with the Fire Department as needed, sanitation as needed. Obviously, we've talked to DCWP and city planning. It's, as things come up.
So it's an ad hoc as opposed to something that everybody has to participate in?
Aside from the quarterly task force meeting, I would say it's more ad hoc.
Okay. The other question I have is the website. So the website now, I look at it and it has correctly who applied, et cetera, but it doesn't, we get complaints of, we don't know if they're legal or not. Obviously, I'm like the person who spent a great deal of time on the illegal smoke shops, as you know. So we don't know if they're legal or illegal. It doesn't say that on the website. Is there some way that that could be added? Because people are bringing us, I don't know if it's legal or not. We can call, but that would be something that I think people would appreciate. If you give them a summons, can that be listed, et cetera?
Okay, so the website will be continually updated, but in the meantime, if there is a question about any setup, if you call us, we are in...
I know I can call you, but I'm just saying...
Not you, but anybody can call 311 or nyc.gov, and we will tell them what the dimensions are supposed to be and whatnot. But as we continue along with the program and the final approvals, the website will be more and more updated and more useful to your constituents.
About those that are not legal also?
If they're not in the website, they're probably illegal.
All right, but then it needs to say that because people don't know that.
Okay.
It needs that. That's what happened during the smoke shops. People didn't know if they were legal or illegal. They had no idea. I mean, you and I might know because of the insignia in the window, but believe me, they didn't know. Mm-hmm. Right. Can we be a second round? I have more questions. I don't want to take other time.
No, go ahead.
The other question I have is just in terms of you heard earlier about the street cleaning. Obviously, that was a concern before. So how would, road paving or other issues, how are we going to make sure that there is cleanliness? Obviously, the ones who were here earlier in terms of the restaurants, they keep it clean. But how are you working with sanitation on that issue? We understand there won't be the underneath for the rats. I got that. But, other things, how are we going to work on that?
Okay, the restaurant is required to clean all the way around their setup.
Okay, who's going to monitor that, though, Margaret?
So sanitation is still monitoring that, and if they see an issue, they can issue a violation to the restaurant, or they can tell us, and we can get involved as well. And then, as you mentioned, the floors are removable for easy cleaning. You mentioned paving. That's why the setup's needed also to be removable with water-filled barriers. They're much easier to empty and move if we're coming through to pave. We don't want a situation where we're paving around a setup. We want to pave the street from curb to curb.
Okay, and the other thing was the restaurant that talked about the fees. I know you said that you need to have that discussion about the architectural drawings that needs to be more complicated than, what do you think the fees should be, or is there some way that you could limit the fees that people have to put in as a restaurant owner in order to put that structure up? Because that was a pretty high number.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is give some examples of the fees. And first and foremost, I want to say that the fee outside is about 25% of what an indoor lease or rent would cost a restaurant. And obviously, it should be much less because of weather and other factors, but it is very reasonable where in some cases restaurants are able to make quite a bit of money using their outdoor dining. We have two examples. If we have a minute, we'll share.
As long as it doesn't rain.
Correct. So that's why it should be, of course, much lower, but at the same time, it's very, very valuable space for restaurants. Some restaurants double their space by having outdoor dining, which is really quite tremendous. So we have an example for you, a Crown Heights restaurant on Franklin Avenue. They have 104 square foot roadway setup. They have 12 seats. And basically, they're paying the revocable consent is about $832 per year. It comes out to about 29 cents per seat per day. Okay, and then for reference, to give you a sense of what type of restaurant this is, the average entree is about $18. The average drink is $12. Then we have a Soho restaurant example. So this is a large setup. It's both sidewalk and roadway. It has 105 seats. They pay $23,454 per year, which is $1.53 per seat per day. But then again, for reference, every entree is over $40 and the average drink is over $20. So I want to try to put it in perspective. We think the prices are quite reasonable. This is public space that is no longer able to be used by the public. It's by a private entity. There needs to be a fair charge for that space, and we think these are more than reasonable costs.
Okay. My last question is, of course, on the Upper West Side, I think you're charging too much compared to other locations. So I'm going to try to lower that to make it more comparable with other areas, because not every restaurant is huge. Not every restaurant is as big as some of the ones you just mentioned in Soho. So that, I think, needs to be addressed. I don't know that you can comment on it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And now, Councilmember Narcisse.
Thank you, Chair. And one of my concerns was the fees, but you answered that. I think Council Member Brewer started talking about the cleaning. How is the pavement? What's the coordination you do when the roadway is outside and then you have to pave the road?
Okay, so when we're coming along to pave the road, we inform the restaurant of when we're going to be there to mill the road usually and then come back and pave it. So we know it is a disruption for the restaurant and that is difficult, but that is also why we designed the setups to be movable. Mm-hmm. So we have the restaurant move them. If they choose to, in between milling and paving, they can set up again. We recommend that they probably don't, but they can choose to if they like to. And we'll try to keep that disturbance to a minimum for them.
Okay. Now I'm going to go back for the fees. Because some restaurant, when the way you're calculating it, do you leave room or wiggle room for the restaurant owners? Because sometimes you can calculate it something, that's what it's supposed to be, and something happened where it's not meeting it. Do you do a review with the restaurant owners to see where they're at?
So to see, we don't do reviews, but Councilmember, you're saying if something happens with the restaurant in particular?
They're not making it because you can make that calculation. That's all great. But if it's not happening for that restaurant, do you give them a chance to come back so you can recalculate it, twinkle it?
We don't modify those rates. They're
The standard and that's it?
Yes.
Okay. That can be a problem.
The
liquor
jump in
license.
for
Okay,
one
go ahead.
second? I would just say if we've approved a certain size setup and the restaurant finds that that's not feasible for some reason long term, they could come back to us. We could amend their agreement and then change the rates. But I think it would require they'd have to come to us, certainly, so we would know about it. Otherwise, we would never know.
Yeah, I just want the open conversation because while we trying to do the right thing, which I'm very optimistic. I know that you're trying your very best to do it the right way. So when you're listening to the owners, because as a business person myself, sometimes you hit some difficult time and challenging time. You can say that will be 104, and then that 104 can drop down to 50 for whole 3-6 months or so. So I want that open conversation where people can maintain their businesses. Oh, yeah. So I thank you for that. The restaurant are required to obtain additional liquor liability insurance, right, for their liquor dining. Even they already have it for their indoor, right? For many small restaurants, this is a hard hit, can hit hard for them, right? Is the requirement for this insurance set by DOT or the state liquor authority or someone else? Why is the requirement in place? Because I have some restaurant in my district right now going through a tough time. I'm not going to put the name out there, but can you answer that question for me?
So I'm sorry to hear that. So the $1 million is standard for the city, and it is set by us. And we know that, establishments serving liquor, it seems like a wise thing to have that coverage outside as well.
Okay. Is there room, again, because that's what they asked me. Can they have, because they feel like they're binding by this rule and they cannot sustain? Are you open for conversation if they have difficulty?
So I don't think we're open to like a one-off conversation, but I think in general, every aspect of the program, we're more than willing to discuss it, yes.
Okay. Daylighting. How does DOT expect roadway cafe design to be impacted specifically for a restaurant in the corner? Will that further reduce the space of a restaurant? We're talking about the 20 feet. Can you highlight that for me?
Right. So we don't allow restaurants to set up in no standing anytime areas, and daylighting is a no standing anytime area. So yes, that could impact restaurants who are at corners.
Okay. So thank you for your time, and thank you, Chair. Got to run.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Ressler, followed by Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you so much to Chairs Menon and Brooks Powers for convening this important hearing. How would DOT qualify the permanent outdoor dining program to date? An abject failure, a moderate failure, a severe work in progress? Like, what's the...
None of the above, Council Member. We feel the program is going very well, and we look forward to having more improvements in the future. And again, if I can just mention, we have about almost 4,000 applications. It's a very good number.
4,000 applications. At the time that the open dining program season began in what is an unfortunate seasonal program, and I really did appreciate Chair Menon's remarks earlier about her support for a year-round program. I certainly agree with her on that. 21 roadway dining restaurants had been approved. 547 had received conditional approval. So that's, 7% of the height of the peak of the outdoor program? Is that bureaucratic challenges from DOT? If I recall correctly, in the negotiations over this bill, one of the mayor's office's top priorities and the commissioner's top priorities was for DOT to own this program. This was really important to you all, that you wanted to be the lead on outdoor dining. Am I right? So why? Is it bureaucratic challenges and limitations that have only 7% of restaurants receiving conditional approval at the beginning of the outdoor dining season?
So let me clarify that as we speak, 80% of the restaurants that have applied are able and are setting up as we speak.
Still,
so we
months
have
into the
vast majority of of the restaurants. And what we've discussed here today is that we have a number of requirements set between the city charter and the local law that do add to the length of the process.
Let's just drill down on the numbers. So 4,000 is the number you said applied. 80% of that 4,000 have received conditional approval. Is that, am I using the right?
Have received some form of approval.
Do I have the right denominators and
Yeah, and
numbers?
we have basically 2,603 restaurants are able to operate right now.
Okay, so that's not 80% of 4,000. So,
Well, and I can explain, and I ran through these numbers earlier.
2,603 out of 13,000 was our peak at the height of COVID. Is that right?
No, council member. Let me explain this. At the height, it was between 6,000 and 8,000 restaurants.
That was the end of
operating.
COVID. That was the peak?
No, that was the peak. And what I'll tell you about the 13,000 number, those are restaurants who may have signed up. They may or may not have set up. We don't know. They may have gone out of business. That was not the largest.
But even if they went out of
number at
business,
any
they would
one
count.
time.
I don't understand. You're saying
So
that.
what I'm telling you is that between 6,000 and 8,000 businesses had dining setups, and we have about 4,000 applications to date. So we actually have quite a good percentage.
The data and that has been widely reported in just about every outlet in the city of New York that up to 13,000 establishments that participate in outdoor dining, that's inaccurate.
What we explained is at the height, it was 6,000 to 8,000 and 13,000.
So why is there such an extraordinary discrepancy? This has all been under DOT's purview.
Let
Why
me
would only
explain it
half
to
as
you.
many?
Because 13,000 at some point may have signed up to participate in the program, but we don't think there was ever a time that 13,000 were set up at that moment.
Okay.
I believe
So-
the Hospitality Alliance also referenced the 6,000 to 8,000 number in their test.
As the peak at the end, and I believe they referenced that number as the conclusion of the COVID period. That was the number that was in effect.
And friendly,
Not at the
it was
peak.
not the end of, it was during the peak.
Right.
That's not what their testimony says, but beside the point, their testimony references the 13,000 figure that we're all familiar with, that has been widely reported in the press, that's been known about. So you're saying the 13,000 figure is inaccurate? That we didn't have, we had 13,000 restaurants over the
13,000 is an
course?
accurate number for in terms of like the number of applications that were received.
So the
that might not be the useful number for the purposes of calculating the success at this point in time.
So even still, let's use your numbers, which I would argue with, and I'm not really sure at all are accurate, but we'll accept your numbers that a peak of, let's say, 8,000 was the total number that operated at any given time. We're now at 2,600. Right? So just accepting your numbers, that means we're at less than 30% of the peak number today. Less than 70% fewer restaurants are operating today. Is that right? Could I just get a yes, no on that?
So 2,600 are operating today as we speak.
And you said a
Correct.
peak was 8,000, so we're talking about 2,600
8,000,
out
and
of...
then we have a number of others that are in the process, and we have some who have dropped out of the process or are not eligible. So there's more to these numbers. You need to dig into them a little bit.
Happy to dig in with
the
you.
rate of from temporary to permanent, the rate is similar to what Paris has, which had a pre-existing program as well.
Beside the point of whatever happened in Paris, we know what we've done in New York City. We know that restaurants and bars want this in New York City. We've seen how much great a success it is in New York City, and we've seen that this administration and this legislation killed the program. And we see only a small fraction of the number of restaurants and establishments are actually operating outdoor dining today. We've prioritized parking spots over having space for our bars and restaurants to be able to expand into our communities and make our streets more vibrant and dynamic, expand employment at our small businesses. This is not working. So I am working on legislation to totally revamp outdoor dining because I think it's a failure. I disagree with your assessment. My assessment is failure. And I think we really need to get to work on how to make this a success. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ressler. And I just want to say I agree. I don't think you were here for part of my opening remark where I called it an unmitigated disaster. And I'm urging, and I hope, yes, and I do hope that because I've got a number of LS requests to revamp it too, I hope that you will consider this idea of transferring the program to DCWP, a licensing agency, as opposed to a transit agency. I think a lot of the problems come from the fact that we need a licensing agency with a walk-in licensing center. DCWP has historic expertise in sidewalk cafe licenses. We certainly did not have these problems when that agency was doing that.
You know, I just will say, during the legislative process, I thought DCWP was a more logical home. We'd welcome to continue those conversations as we go through our drafting process and would love to work with you together. And I think if DOT wants to own this program long term, we just need to see significant improvement. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to ask one further question before I turn over to Councilmember Lewis. Of the 13,104 restaurants that were just referenced, have you sent a letter to every single one of them to see if they want to apply for the new program?
We've visited each and every one of them several times. We've sent them each numerous emails, and we've also reached out to them by phone in many cases.
So a DOT staff member of the 8 people that you have working on this
No.
has gone to
No.
all 13,000 establishments?
No, we have inspectors that are outside of the 24 that we talked about earlier. We have 24 staff members in the dining out program. Then we have a group of inspectors that deal with the restaurants on the street to make sure they're in compliance, et cetera. Those are the people that visit.
And every single one has been visited?
Yes, in some cases, the restaurants aren't there anymore due to the nature of the industry.
Okay, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Lewis for questions.
Thank you, Chair. And First Deputy Commissioner, thank you for being here today. It's unfortunate the Commissioner couldn't be here, but glad to see you and your team here. And I just want to echo some of the sentiments of my colleagues. We appreciate the efforts of DOT. Penny has been very resourceful, but we do believe that there's still flaws with this program. So we're going to continue to echo that and mention it, but we do hope for change, especially change in agency. I have a number of businesses in my district, particularly in the Newkirk Plaza area of my district, are seeking to adjust their method of operation to serve liquor outdoors. However, the Department of Transportation has not clearly articulated what is required for these businesses to lawfully operate under the state liquor authority. So I wanted to ask what coordination, if any, is currently in place between DOT and SLA to inform businesses of their obligations when they want to modify their operations of outdoor alcohol service. And I have a health and safety question. I have some other businesses in my district, particularly in East Flatbush, who are unsure how the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene regulations apply in the context of outdoor dining. So I wanted to know what ongoing interagency communication mechanisms exist to ensure small businesses are not receiving conflicting or incomplete information from multiple city agencies. So one is on health and safety standards, the other one is interagency coordination.
Okay, I'll answer the second one. Michelle will answer the first one. So as far as DOHMH, Michelle mentioned that we do have quarterly meetings with the agencies to make sure that we are coordinating carefully. We haven't heard that restaurants are confused about the DOHMH guidelines of serving outdoors. But if there's any more to that, and we'll go back and we'll double check with the staff, or if you have any more information, if you let us know, we'll make sure we clear up any confusion because we don't want them to be confused between the agencies.
In terms of the State Liquor Authority, we've had a number of conversations with them. They've actually been very collaborative, and they are recognizing the conditional approvals we've issued for roadway cafes as sufficient approval to move forward with the modification to the liquor license that restaurants need to serve alcohol outside.
All right, so what specific efforts is DOT undertaking to ensure businesses do not fall in non-compliance due to this lack of coordination, if any? So how do you make sure that they're compliant?
Yeah, well, we're happy to make sure, and as Michelle said, we have an excellent relationship with State Liquor. Throughout this process, it's been some uncharted territory. They've worked well with us. If there's anyone falling through the cracks, we are happy to reach out to the State Liquor Authority.
And you will make sure there's some cross-coordination there to make sure that the
Yes,
business
and we have been
doesn't get
coordinating very
impacted.
closely with them.
Okay.
We speak with them all the time.
All right. Thank you, chairs.
Great, thank you so much. And then Councilmember Rivera.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for being here. I want to thank everyone who testified. Really appreciate your work and all the small businesses that are here. So this is the first year of outdoor dining. I appreciate that you're evaluating the timeline for review and especially considering our own capacity and also the capacity of the community board. They're very worried about handling the applications and ensuring there's this balance, as you all know, with our own local ecosystems. So let me ask about the online marketplace. They provide elements for fabrication. Some of them are very, very expensive. As you might have heard, requiring tens of thousands of dollars in deposits. Does DOT have any information they can share about usage and feedback you've received on what's available?
Yes, we have heard anecdotally, Councilmember, that businesses have found the marketplace to be very useful. We don't require them to tell us if they've used it or not because things are so busy, we don't want to put anything else onto them. So I can't really tell you exactly how many have taken in the different aspects of the marketplace. But my understanding is that we have, a variety of levels of materials, you know, from high-end to more everyday materials. So in the marketplace, there should be enough for them to choose from to be able to fit their budget.
Right, well, you can imagine, they want to make an investment, they want something to last. So when we're looking at, I've seen price tags, $35,000, $86,000 for pieces. I mean, that's a lot for a business to take on. So I know you've received a lot of feedback on that, so we would love to work with you on figuring out how we can make things a little bit more sustainable. In the wintertime, sidewalk cafes have these awnings they'll enclose, which is called a vestibule. Is that in line with the program? Is that something that is included in the program?
It is not. The vestibule is just a small enclosure that prevents like the wind and the cold air from getting in. No, that is not part of the program.
Well, we just, you know, there are so many things that make the experience, that's important to the experience at these businesses. So I wanted to ask, because a lot of operators are interested in that being considered. This also has to do with, I guess, clearance. You said 1,700 applications are pending, correct?
No. Well, we have applications at different stages in the process.
Okay,
So we have about 800 that are in discussions with the restaurants to finalize them and move them along.
I know you're speaking to some where their applications are pending, but they are operating, and they've been told that they must comply with the new clearances. And so it's been a little bit difficult to ask that they be in compliance if their plans have technically not been reviewed and approved yet. So how are you dealing with that discrepancy?
Right, and we are working with those restaurants. So the clearances should be very clear to them about what they need to do, but being they haven't completely gone through the process, we will correct them, we will notify them if we see an issue until such time they've gotten through the whole process.
Okay, I appreciate the time. I don't want to go over. I just want to say that I know the number 8,000 was brought up as during the pandemic, how many operators there were. Do you think that DOT or that the administration can scale up to handle a number that is closer to 8,000 rather than the 3,000 to 4,000 that we're seeing now?
Yes, we would like to see the number continue to grow and we can handle it.
Okay, I appreciate that, because I'm sympathetic to the demands on your agency. We want to be fair to residents and businesses, and I know the businesses want to be celebrated by their neighbors. And I think year-round, I second all the things the chair said, would be really, really instrumental to the program. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you very much for your testimony today. We appreciate it, and we're now going to move into the public testimony. So I'm now going to open the hearing for public testimony. I want to remind members of the public that this is a formal government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but they may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant-at-Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant-at-Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic, which is, of course, Dining Out NYC program and Introduction 857. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony that you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant-at-Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. So I'm now going to call the first panel. Lacey Tauber, Sandra Jasquez, Valerie De La Rosa, Jean Ryan. If you could please come forward. Thank you. I'm just going to write to the restroom. Is that okay? Okay, thank you.
And you may begin when you're ready. Just come off of mute.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Chairs Brooks, Powers, and Menon, and members of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure and the Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection. I am Valerie De La Rosa, Chair of Manhattan Community Board 2, and I'm speaking on behalf of the board. CB2 has held public hearings for 308 roadway and sidewalk cafe applications to date, and we're hearing 36 more applications this evening. So far, 40% of roadway cafe applications in CB2 do not meet the required 15-foot emergency travel lane, with 99 roadway cafe applications in CB2 referred by DOT to FDNY for travel lane waivers. FDNY is reviewing those roadway setups on a case-by-case basis with no agency overseeing overall block-by-block analysis. We have as many as 10 roadway setups on narrow streets for this waiver that do not meet on one block that do not meet the waiver, the 15-foot travel lane. Outdoor dining has been a resounding success in CB2. Revocable consent fees are 55% cheaper than before COVID for most of CB2. CB2 has 564 roadway cafe and sidewalk cafe applications expected. That is 23% of outdoor dining cafes in Manhattan and 23% in all 5 boroughs and 36% in Manhattan. We've reviewed 60% of those. We've had the most sidewalk cafes before COVID, during COVID, and now during Dining Out NYC. The one-size-fits-all program doesn't meet the needs of our mixed-use and residential communities. A bar with 80 seats outside has 53 more seats outside than inside. Hotels with roadway dining in their loading zones, and now all of their hotel loading and unloading occurs in the street. Primary building entrances of 5 feet are not met. Sidewalk cafe applications that propose non-ADA compliant cafe widths of 1 foot 9 inches not only is unworkable, but it's illegal under federal ADA law. ADA requirements are hidden on a 311 knowledge page for outdoor dining complaints related to accessibility. And recently, NYC DOT removed a bullet point requiring a 36-inch accessible route within outdoor dining seating areas. Again, this is not an NYC DOT guideline, it is federal ADA law. What's working? Seasonal roadway dining works in Manhattan Community Board 2. Seasonal roadway dining is what we want in our neighborhoods, not seasonal storage. Unenclosed sidewalk cafes also work in CB2. They allow the open air dining, opens up the public realm, and the Dining Out NYC legislation ensures that sidewalk cafes remain open air. The clear path requirements are based on the mobility plan, and they are sound and they provide the protections. Before making any additional changes to this program, we strongly urge you to look into the enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Chair Brooks Powers and Chairman. Thank you for holding this hearing today. My name is Lacey Tauber. I'm representing Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso. He was here, but unfortunately he had to leave. This is a really big priority for the borough president because he was the author of the bill that created the emergency open restaurants program and a precursor to the bill that the council ultimately passed in 2023 to make the program permanent. BP Reynoso is very proud of what the original open restaurants program accomplished. It was a lifeline for small restaurants that struggled during the pandemic, saved approximately 100,000 jobs, allowed for people to interact socially in a safe setting, generated tax revenue for the city, and help New Yorkers reimagine what our streets can be. It was wildly successful by any objective means, and it's a shame to see that because of the changes that the council adopted, the program now barely exists, with only about a third of restaurants that had approved emergency permits choosing to apply for the quote-unquote permanent program, and barely a handful of those applications approved. It's up to the council to now fix some of the mistakes, and some of the recommendations that the BP has are first to restore a year-round outdoor dining program. The seasonal program creates too many burdens on small businesses. I'm sure that has been discussed and will be discussed more today. It would also encourage more creative designs, restore a consistent option for immunocompromised people to socialize safely, and create more jobs. 2, to expedite approvals. It is unacceptable that DOT had processed and approved less than 1% of applications as of mid-February, and even allowing businesses with completed applications to proceed doesn't solve issues with SLA. Another important way to speed the process up is to remove the oversight role for community boards. To the extent allowed under the charter, they should have little to no role in the approval process, as the agency level requirements are sufficient to ensure safety, appropriateness, cleanliness, and accessibility. Finally, alleviate cost burdens for small businesses. This was a big goal for BP in the original legislation, to make it easy as possible for small outer borough and immigrant-run businesses to participate. That was the point of updating the zoning text amendment as well. I will just list these: to remove the public hearing notice fee, ensure that the application requirements are clear, create a process for expansion in front of adjacent businesses, and remove the liquor liability requirement. Thank you again for holding this hearing. Borough President Reynoso looks forward to working with the council to make the program successful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jean Ryan. I'm president of Disabled in Action of Metropolitan New York, DIA for short. We are in favor of outdoor dining, and we do not want to go back to the year-round sheds, which were mostly inaccessible to people with disabilities. And for the record, the first time I heard anybody today talking about accessibility was from these two people at the table. Nobody here mentioned it. No council member and no restaurant person, and no DOT person. Some of us enjoy outdoor dining and like to eat out with our friends and families, but if an outdoor restaurant is not accessible to people with disabilities because it has a step up or down, like what typically happened in the emergency ones, or has a steep ramp or the tables are too close together, restaurants do not get our business. This is 2025, 35 years after the ADA was enacted. You'd think the restaurant executives would want accessibility because it's good for business. In the 2020 version of sheds, no amount of complaints by us, even by the Mayor's Office for People with Disabilities, MOPED, made any difference. We definitely do not want to go back to those bad old days. And that was when the other agency was in charge, and they did nothing about accessibility. So people are saying you want to go back to that agency, and they did nothing? You know, that doesn't make any sense to us. I spent much time with architects working on what eventually became the new prototypes for restaurants. We are in favor of the new prototypes, but we are extremely concerned about the one prototype that allows for a ramp, because if there is no ramp available, then that outdoor restaurant is totally inaccessible to us. I voiced this concern during the early discussions, but DOT wanted to help more restaurants be able to be outdoors if the landscape was not level enough. I need more time, I can't breathe well. Some of the sidewalk cafes had tall stools that we could not access instead of low tables and chairs that everyone can use. It might be hip to have high stools and chairs and high tables, but they are inaccessible. Then we can't even go to that place. As the years went on, many sheds were eyesores, and people are not really talking about that today. And many were not the economic engine that they were purported to be because of lack of staff to wait on tables outside and inside, and the sheds smelled like rotten food that was rat fodder. They were not hygienic. Many sheds were abandoned or used for storage. I saw Christmas trees and construction materials in the sheds, as well as stacked tables and chairs. Streets are for everyone, not just for restaurants to have a structure on them year in and year out. And nothing, some were nice, but most were shabby and unkempt and were not painted or kept up. So,
okay. And we have to give everyone the same amount of time. I'm going to ask if you could please wrap up, and then you can submit the testimony. Thank you.
So I just say that we want accessibility, and that has to be a priority.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to call the next panel. Kathleen Irwin, Sarah Lind, Cecil Brooks Jr. If you could please come down. Thank you.
Yes.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Irwin with the New York State Restaurant Association. Thank you for holding this hearing today and giving us the opportunity to discuss the rollout of Dining Out NYC. I want to begin by saying I recognize that the institution of a permanent program is a major undertaking, and I want to start by acknowledging some of the things that DOT has done well. First and foremost, they've been willing to educate and engage with restaurants. They've provided extensive visual resources online, trainings both in person and online, and have partnered with SBS to promote the SBS Financial Estimator tool on their website. That being said, in the rollout, we've seen a number of challenges that have made it both less attractive for restaurants to apply and difficult for those who did. One of those is that the timing and incentive structure of the application program caused a major backlog, which created an inability for restaurants to plan and invest while waiting to find out if they're approved. Limited and delayed coordination with other agencies, including the SLA. I know we just heard otherwise, but that's not the experience that we have heard. The application process overall being so difficult that many restaurants have been forced to rely on private expediters to feel confident in their applications. The seasonality of roadway dining creating a major cost and logistical burden for restaurants who are expected to build, maintain, deconstruct, and store the same set of materials year in and year out. Finally, inflexible siting that has limited the ability for cafes to be as they once were, both during open restaurants and even during the Sidewalk Cafe program. One example that was mentioned earlier in terms of timeline mismanagement is the fact that the creation of conditional approvals wasn't even announced until February 28th, with approvals beginning to be mailed March 3rd for a March 25th start to build date. That's 3 weeks or less for restaurants to find out if they're even allowed to make a major operational and capital investment. And it's not acceptable given the amount of foresight that we all had going into this. Moving forward, we have a few short and long-term recommendations for this program. We expect that the backlog problem will begin to resolve with higher application volumes. But besides that, we would like to see year-round roadway cafes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please. Thank you.
Okay.
You can. Did you want to finish a sentence? No.
I have like 5 recommendations, but...
Yeah, okay, if you could submit it, and we will look at that. Thank you so much. We have to, under our rules, give everyone the same amount of time. Thank you so much. Okay.
Good to see you. Good. Thank you for everyone and the opportunity to present on behalf of Open Plans, and happy National Picnic Day. So in honor of all of the wonderful eating spaces that we have in our city and the foodie capital of the world, I would like to share just a little bit anecdotally about some of the research that we've done. We had the opportunity to speak with dozens of businesses and visit hundreds and thousands of square feet of space to hear what has been among the pressing challenges of businesses, entrepreneurs, and pop-up shops, everyone who has been looking to use outdoor space in a creative way. And especially as someone who started his career at SBS, working on the Sidewalk Cafe policies with many folks in this room, we find that a year-round option is among the simplest, most straightforward recommendations that can be taken into consideration. And also, yes, the agency does matter. Government and the policymakers are the ones who will be working to roll up their sleeves and put this in action. Also, having smaller businesses account for their size and using adjacent store frontage when they don't have the structure or the size to really make use of their eating space, because I can't tell you how many places, especially in the outer boroughs, where there isn't an immediate grid, have less than 1,000 or even 500 feet of space with none of their neighbors doing anything in front of their storefronts. So having some flexibility in how businesses use their storefront space, that would be another immediate improvement. And also transparency with the fees and the expenses that come up after the application process, with what materials are required and who and what and where businesses can get their materials from. These are all things that would make it much more accessible to have a space be activated in front of their storefront. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm Sarah Lind, also from Open Plans, co-executive director. Outdoor dining is a vibrant use of public space that New Yorkers and restaurants love, and we were excited to see the program codified, but we have serious concerns about flaws in the present program. You've heard over and over again about the lack of a year-round option, which has drastically lowered participation. As you've heard, thousands in additional costs to take down, store, and set up structures. Restaurants don't have the space to store materials over the winter months. I want to address something that Jean Ryan pointed out, that so many of these structures became sort of storage over winters before. I think having this permanent program and the way that restaurants are now really opting in and intentionally participating, I think we will see the restaurants that choose to use an outdoor dining option year-round that will be much more intentional about that with the new design regulations. We expect to see those concerns addressed. Furthermore, there's no logical reason why we would allow sidewalk cafes year-round, but not roadway dining. New Yorkers want to eat outside on a nice day any time of the year, whether it be on the sidewalk or in the roadway. And many New Yorkers, speaking of accessibility, are still dealing with health issues that they want to be able to eat outside and not inside. So we encourage the council to amend the legislation to provide a year-round option. Cecil just mentioned the existing frontage regulations, which limit participation from restaurants with smaller storefronts. Again, during the temporary program, restaurants were allowed to make agreements with neighboring businesses to extend the footprint of their outdoor dining structure. For small restaurants, it just doesn't make sense right now unless they can do that. Finally, we believe the current program incentivizes sidewalk cafes over roadway cafes, and while sidewalk cafes are an important part of the vibrant public realm, they do create challenges on crowded sidewalks, and many restaurants also don't even have a wide enough sidewalk in front to participate in the sidewalk cafe program. So the city needs to make these amendments to the program to ensure that the roadway cafe program is just as successful as the sidewalk program.
Great. Thank you so much. I know you mentioned you have recommendations. Do you want to discuss what the 5 recommendations are?
Yes, please. They're brief. The first is year-round roadway cafes. We believe that will make the program more accessible, affordable, and give businesses the ability to invest in beautiful, creative structures that are high quality and include the higher materials and building standards that have been part of the Dining Out NYC program. An example of that is the water-filled barriers that are not the rat burrows that the sand and dirt barriers were in the temporary program. We would like to see more assistance from the city so that restaurants don't feel the need to hire private expediters to feel confident in their application. We would like to see more flexibility in siting and the availability of waivers for those that had sidewalk or roadway cafes so located during open restaurants or in the prior sidewalk cafe program with no safety issues. We would like to track the Dining Out NYC usage by neighborhood with an eye to increase participation in areas with low participation rates. And that assistance could include things like targeted technical support, waived application fees, or upfront grants to help mitigate the upfront costs of starting with Dining Out NYC. Finally, we would love to see the city identify neighborhoods where Dining Out NYC is going well that would be well suited to increase pedestrianization, to create Dining Out NYC districts that combine additional open space with formal encouragement and promotion of Dining Out NYC to be a draw for locals and tourists alike. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel. We'll now hear from Charlotta Jansen, Kevin Mulligan, Dior St. Hilaire.
Okay, I'm on. Hi. I'm Charlotta Jansen of Shea Oscar in Bed-Stuy. I applied in July. I am compliant. I still have not received a license, and it's been hell. Let's be real. The current DOT rules are killing restaurants. Follow them, bleed out. Break them, get killed by fines. This March, DOT came down hard on me with 4 summonses in under 2 weeks for my canopy. All winter, I had begged LPC to review my design. There's no precedence. I'm tossed around between LPC, DOB, and DOT again and again. I had to cut back my canopy, which served my community. I had to cut them back to be awnings. I am compliant, but what I'm left with is a setup that doesn't serve my customers, it doesn't serve my block, and it sure as hell doesn't serve the spirit of outdoor dining. I can only cover half my diners. I can't enclose. Try planning service and food outdoors every day. If it rains, if temperatures dip, it's over. Imagine doing that at a wedding. During the pandemic, canopies didn't just help, they saved us. Chez Oscar's, Secret Garden, Zaka Cafe, DS Kelly, La Nacional. We made it because we had beautiful, strong, enclosable, and sound mitigating canopies. They gave us real capacity, real shelter, and real presence. We created solutions because we were allowed to. Now we're being punished for that creativity. The new rules are anti-business, anti-design, and anti-community, based on the worst actors and enforced like we are criminals. This isn't regulation, it's sabotage. Please allow for enclosable canopies on the sidewalk and roadside that can attach, not penetrate. Allow for full coverage of diners and where needed pedestrians. Allow for self-certification unless there's a history of serious violations. Make roadside year-round, require removal when roads are repaved. No need for landlord consent. For small mom and pop businesses. I'm closing. We're not asking for chaos. We're asking for the freedom to build what saved us. Stop choking the very engine that kept this city eating. Let outdoor dining remain a space for creativity and community. Let us keep building what worked instead of forgettable feeding troughs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is...
Turn your mic on, please.
Hey everyone, my name is Kevin Mulligan and I own a bar restaurant called The Laurels in the East Village. We are almost 2 years old and I hope to see 3. The one egregious major flaw with the new rules is it forbids the use of enclosed sidewalk cafes. This is nonsensical and unfair for a number of reasons. The city is granting licenses for year-round dining. This is a very disingenuous offer as it completely ignores the fact that for at least 6 to 7 months of the year over fall, winter and spring, no one can or wants to sit outside due to the elements. In Ireland we have a saying that I think you have here too, don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining. And it is usually raining in Ireland. Businesses are being asked to pay for a 12-month licence when any reasonable person can see it is not usable for a significant portion of that time. We are well into April now, and for much of the first few weeks, a lot of days barely made it into the 50s, and that's during daytime hours. By peak dinner hours, it was too cold to sit outside. So from October to April, outdoor dining under the new guidelines is essentially redundant. Secondly, storage. Inherently, outdoor dining means there is obviously an amount of tables and chairs placed outside. There are also barriers placed around them to demarcate the area. Where are businesses expected to store all this at night? In my own case, given the extreme breadth of the sidewalk on my corner of 2nd Avenue, there could be 45 to 55 tables outside and 90 to 110 chairs. I cannot move the furniture inside after the 10 or 11 p.m. curfew on using the outdoor area. There will be customers inside. Like most places, I do not have enough basement storage. And even if I did, it is not feasible nor safe to ask the one member of staff who opens every day to lug all that furniture up the steps from the basement. The only solution left to me is to stack mountains of furniture outside on the pavement every night. This leads to numerous other issues. It is unsightly. It gives a very strong impression my business is closed. It is difficult to tie all this down to prevent it from being stolen. The area will likely be used as a toilet by some. This furniture is going to fall into disrepair very quickly from having to sit outside in the elements every night. Just to close, if the issue is not the space the business is taking up on the pavement, and it is not, as the city has conceded this by permitting outdoor dining at all, then what significant reason can there be to disallow the business from keeping its customers warm and dry during colder months or just rainy days in general?
Thank you. Thank you to the panel. Next, we'll hear from Mary Anvantro, Bonacio Crespi, Augustine Hope, and Leslie Clark.
It's on.
You can begin.
Hello, my name is Mary Avancho, resident of New York City for 46 years. Our city is suffering, and as Andrew Ridgie stated at a community board meeting, New York City has an enforcement problem. I agree with Andrew, and will add that that enforcement problem pertains to outdoor dining as well. I love this city and want to see it thrive, but let's be clear. No other private industry has been afforded this opportunity. Department of Transportation is simply trying to do their job properly and thoroughly and being pushed unfairly to expedite. It is my opinion there are too many unanswered questions to decide this is a year-round program. Let us first determine how well it works, how it can live up to expectations for both the industry and New Yorkers. I ask the industry players and this committee to consider these questions and statements. When doubling the size of an establishment, where is that garbage placed if setups extend full frontage? It sits in front of adjacent businesses and residences, an issue that is still not being addressed on applications. How does a restaurant double its size and continue to operate out of the same size kitchen? Is this realistic? How does it double its customers and accommodate them with the same number of bathrooms? I encourage the hospitality industry to be patient, realistic, and not greedy, to communicate to applicants that they abide by guidelines and respect their neighbors. This will be your pathway to success. This is how we together will properly grow our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Augustine Hope. I'm from the West Village Residents Association, a community that has been disproportionately impacted by this program. I had prepared a long testimony, but most of the committee have left, so let me just address a couple of salient points. The hospitality industry has driven a truck through an illusion that they have made about this program, that the outdoor dining is a monolithic program. It isn't. It is two separate. There's the sidewalk seating and the roadway seating. We have already year-round outdoor dining. It's on the sidewalk. The place that we have 3 months of relief each year is on the roadway, which is 90% of the problems that we have. 90% of the problems with the trash, the vermin, the noise, the lack of accessibility, the late hours, noise being broadcasted into our homes. Let's focus on that one. Let's look at the problems that creates and how we can deal with them. So perhaps we could have a hearing that doesn't focus on all the problems that the hospitality industry is having, and we're happy to consult with them on how to comply with the rules. They're not that complicated. We'll do it for free. We won't charge them anything. So perhaps we could have a hearing at some point where we discuss the issues that the community is having and some of the ways that they could actually be solved. They're not that complicated. There's no time here now to discuss them, but let's talk about them. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Leslie Clark, also with West Village Residents. I wanted to talk about some of the suggestions that have been made by the industry that I disagree with, and that has been made by some council members that I disagree with. One is about the clearances. First, I'd like to make it very clear that instead of using the word clearances, let's talk about the space allotted to pedestrians on a public sidewalk. That's what these clearances are about. Restaurants consider these onerous. This is not what is onerous. Is that under the old, and by the way, I agree with you, Councilmember Menon, excellently run program by the Consumer Affairs Department, we had a 3-foot pedestrian clearance. We had a 3-foot service aisle in front of every sidewalk cafe, in addition to an 8-foot pedestrian clearance. And by the way, we also had excellent enforcement by Consumer Affairs, because unlike the complaint-driven system that DOT has, Consumer Affairs actually sent out inspectors to look for themselves. And as a result, what we had was a uniform compliance and uniform enforcement. Every restaurant knew it had to follow the rules because the next door neighbor followed the rules. And why did they follow the rules? Because Consumer Affairs took it upon themselves to make sure they were following the rules. We haven't had that in 5 years. And I'd also like to talk about the word onerous that's used all the time here. Because of the zoning text amendment, the number of miles of sidewalk and roadway added to outdoor dining went from 193 to 524. Because of that, we had residential zones that suddenly became open territory for restaurants. I used to have nobody dining under my window. I now have 108. That is onerous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to this panel. Thank you. I'm now going to call the next panel, and I believe there's been a request for a translation. Marlene Ansaldo, Isabel Rosario, Norma Coate, Sharon Brown. You could. Okay, this is our last in-person panel, so if there's anyone in the audience that wanted to speak that has not, please see a sergeant at arms and fill out a card. Thank you. We do have some individuals, I believe, on Zoom. Yes, okay.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, please begin.
She's going to start first, and then she will go second.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
En español, ¿no? Microphones are on, right? No, we have to. Okay, no problem. ¿El tuyo está prendido? Ok, pásale en español. ¿Quieres colocar la bolsita? Tranquila, con confianza. Puedes quitarte el aparatico si quieres para que puedas concentrarte mejor. Vas a leer en español y me pasas la carta. Vamos, comenzamos un párrafo por párrafo, ¿ok? Sí. Ok, comienza.
Me llamo Isabel Rosario y llevo 18 años vendiendo en la ciudad de Nueva York. Soy parte de la junta directiva del proyecto de vendedores ambulantes.
Okay, un segundo. My name is Isabel, and I'm working as a street vendor in the city of New York for a period of around 18 years. I'm also member of the board of directors of the Street Vendors Project here in New York City.
Sí. Estoy aquí para apoyar el proyecto de restaurantes a aire libre. Como vendedora que trabaja en el espacio público, me gusta coexistir con los restaurantes.
Perdona, ¿qué quiere decir con coexistir en este caso? ¿Qué quieres decir? Coexistir.
Como que uno existe.
Existe, está bien, continúa.
Sí.
It's something, it's a different Spanish dialect, so it's something different in Spanish Spain, my apologies.
Restaurantes y vendedores en general. En el... Sí. Beneficiario.
Que se benefician mutuamente.
Junto.
Okay, déjalo ahí. She had some problems with her reading. My apologies, okay? Okay. I'm here in New York City to open the program for outdoor restaurants, right? As a street vendor, and I wanted to work in public spaces because I wanted to be able to survive well with the restaurants together. And with the restaurants together and with the street vendors, sometimes what is happening is generating a lot of traffic, like pedestrian traffic. And we wanted to benefit mutually about this. I'm sorry, Council, is some mistakes in the Spanish? So that's why I was asking some explanations, right, to her.
Okay.
So basically, she wanted to say she wanted to be able to survive, using these outdoor restaurants because sometimes there's a lot of pedestrian traffic because of this, Okay. No, look, it's some mistake here. You notice? Okay, it's some Spanish grammar mistakes in her letter. This is what happened, right? I was asking. Okay, she's going to read now the third part, okay? Okay, now.
Aquí.
Sí.
Juntos atraeremos a los clientes que proporcionan los pequeños, patrocinan los pequeños negocios de toda la ciudad.
Okay. Together, we're going to attract the clients who support the small businesses in the entire city.
Le pido a la ciudad a que permita que los restaurantes en el aire libre cumplan una norma específica.
Normas específicas.
Sí, y que permanezcan abiertos todo el año.
Okay. And requesting to the city of New York to allow that the outdoor restaurants are going to fulfill with specific rules and they will remain open during the entire year.
Le pido a la ciudad que proporcionen el
I'm going to ask you to please wrap up.
invierno para aquellos negocios que lo
And you can submit that testimony.
Oh, she can submit it in writing?
Yes,
okay, I
of
got
course.
It. She has some problem with her reading. My apologies.
Oh, no problem. It's just that we give everyone the same amount of time, so she can submit that in writing, not a problem. Okay?
¿Puedes seguir? Okay. Puedes sentarte ahí y luego sigo con ella, okay?
Sí.
Council, I'm going to continue. They're going to switch the seats so we're able to interpret it better.
Okay.
Levántate, siéntate aquí. O si quieres yo me siento aquí. ¿Te sientes mejor?
Sí, está bien.
Ok, está bien. Okay. Toma, aquí. Sí. Yo te ayudo a corregir la parte. Comienza, lee hasta aquí. Primero hasta continuar y luego yo sigo después, ¿ok? ¿Tienes el micrófono prendido? Perdona.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Marlene Ensaldo. Llevo 21 años vendiendo en la ciudad de Nueva York.
21 años, ¿no?
Sí.
Ok, continúa.
Soy parte de la junta directiva de Street Vende Project.
Okay. My name is Marlene. I'm working for 21 years selling things in the city of New York. I'm member of the board of directors of a Street Vendor Project.
Apoyo el programa de restaurantes al aire libre. Pido a la ciudad que se asegure de que el programa de restaurantes al aire libre continúe y pido a la ciudad que mejore el programa para que beneficie a más pequeños negocios y me gustaría trabajar en espacios públicos junto con mis colegas.
Juntos con mis colegas, sí. Okay. I'm supporting the program of restaurants that are outdoors. I'm asking the city of New York that you're supposed to be made sure that this program of restaurants, outdoor restaurants will continue. And I'm also asking the city of New York that they should improve the program so this will benefit also the small businesses as well. I'd like to work in public spaces along with my colleagues who are working with me in the restaurants, and we want a space for everybody.
También estamos pidiendo que se reduzca las tasas de programas de restaurantes al aire libre.
Un segundo, ¿qué quiere decir con tasas? Programa. Oh, you're talking the fees? Okay, continue. Thank you.
Los pequeños negocios como el mío pagan impuestos a la ciudad. Queremos que ustedes reduzcan las tasas.
Okay. We are also asking you to reduce the fees of the restaurant programs, the fees connected to the outdoors restaurants. The small businesses like mine, we pay high taxes to the city of New York. Okay.
Restaurantes al aire libre. Queremos que ustedes reduzcan las tasas de los restaurantes al aire libre para que los pequeños restaurantes puedan beneficiarse, crecer y en última instancia pagar más impuestos.
Okay, one second. We want that you reduce the fees of the outdoor restaurants here in New York City, because so these small restaurants can benefit, they can grow economically, and in last instance, they will be able to pay more taxes.
Por favor, hagan este sistema sea más fácil, accesible y eficaz.
Okay. Please make the system to be easy, accessible, and successful.
Mis colegas del sector de la comida cuentan con ustedes.
My colleagues, right, of the food field are counting with all your help.
Okay, gracias. Thank you.
Thank you very much. She say thank
so
you to
much.
you.
Thank you.
Council lady, I have a question. There are a few grammar mistakes in the Spanish, so I will help them to correct it, okay? So they can submit it. It's okay
Sure,
to
the
send
testimony is not due for 72 hours.
Yeah, no
so
problem.
As long as it's
It's
submitted
okay to send the letter in Spanish, or they need an English translation?
What is it?
It's okay to send the letters in Spanish to the council?
Sure, yes, that's
Okay,
fine.
it's fine. No.
Yes, of course, that's fine. Thank you so much. Okay.
My name is Norma Cote. Excuse me. I'm a member of the public. I have patronized outdoor dining establishments, and I am affected by them predominantly negatively. I've heard the representatives of the industry complain about clearances and about clearances that reduce the size of their operations. I think it's a good thing that we have regulations that limit the sizes of operations beyond what we've had so far. We have, in many places, a takeover of the sidewalks by restaurants that largely ignore the rules anyway. You may write your rules, but they don't ignore them. They don't abide by them. They're egregious, notorious, repeat scofflaws when it comes to compliance with the rules, and we get no effective enforcement by the Department of Transportation. This problem has exacerbated the supersaturation of restaurants in some areas. What happens when you get small businesses, retail shops that are now taken over by restaurants is that you drive out the local businesses that serve the needs of the neighborhood, and you increase the population density there, making sidewalks impassable in some areas. We desperately need enforcement of the reasonable regulations that are now in place that restrict the size and the operations of sidewalk cafes, and also we need DOT to take into account the track record of establishments that come up for renewal or for permanent licenses now. And finally, we need some protection against the indiscriminate citing of outdoor establishments that used to be protected by the zoning law limiting it in residential spaces. Now, with indiscriminate citing, no area is safe.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Sharon Brown. Before I begin, I just want to say, release the hostages, let Yahweh's people go, defend Israel. Okay, the sidewalk cafes and the various names that they have, roadsides and on the sidewalks, they are very much needed. We can extend the year-round option and make sure that it's places where it doesn't disturb traffic and it's a high volume area where it's disturbing people. So we can find other places to set it up. I have an idea that there should be a delivery option where maybe the government or the restaurant itself can have these spaces on beaches and different places like that, and they can deliver. Someone can call their restaurant and be at the enclosure. The city can build some themselves. They can get military personnel, homeless veterans, whoever to build it, and they can have it in distant locations. Someone can call and say, can you deliver it to the sidewalk cafe on whatever place, and they can come there and deliver it there so that it won't just be in front of their restaurant clogging up. So this lady here won't have a problem under, and other people under their windows and different things like that. We should have some kind of delivery option. It's very much needed, and the year-round option is necessary. If you can have sidewalk cafes year-round, then the enclosure shouldn't be a problem. The delivery option should help cure why people don't want to have the year-round in the streets, in the enclosures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to this panel.
Yes.
We have one more person in panel before we go to Zoom, Madison Pinchney.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Madison Pinkney, and I'm a legal fellow at the Disability Program at New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. The Dining Out program offers a vibrant opportunity for the community growth and engagement, but it has to do so while ensuring disability access to these restaurants and the sidewalks. Sidewalk access is paramount for the disability community, especially considering that a lot of other transportation options like the subway that millions of New Yorkers rely on is not accessible, which often leaves the sidewalk as the primary mode of navigation for everyday life. When sidewalks are blocked either by dining structures or by server and patron traffic, people with disabilities often have to navigate into the street, which is incredibly dangerous, not just for themselves, but for others. Luckily, Dining Out mandates a clear path for sidewalks and other accessibility requirements. And NYLPA applauds these requirements, but also urges the council to have robust enforcement, and by doing so will require enough resources to investigate each complaint, because the enforcement of these requirements relies heavily on public reporting. Additionally, the Dining Out program should offer an annual report of these accessibility complaints and the city's responses, which will help ensure accountability not just for restaurants, but also for the city as enforcement. Thanks so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. And we're now going to go to Zoom. We've got 3 members on the panel. I'm going to call them in order: John Grimes, Chiara Sekeld, and Michelle Campo.
Hello, I'm John Grimes. Can you hear me? Sorry, I'm the first one.
Yes, we can.
We can hear you. Great, thanks. Thank you. I am a 35-year resident of the West Village, and I have experienced the impact of the outdoor dining program firsthand. I actually agree with some of the comments that have been made about the program being an unmitigated disaster, but that is because, in my view, the underlying premise of the program is critically flawed. While necessary during a pandemic, the pandemic is now over. What we have now remaining is an illegal giveaway of public land to the hospitality industry with very little payment, notwithstanding the comments on that, and without having done an environmental impact study that would take into account the impact on the environment, including the ambient environment, noise. No one has talked about the environment here, really, which is astounding to me. I am opposed to any change to the program that would loosen the rules or provide for year-round outdoor dining. From my personal experience, my quality of life has been severely harmed by this program and the associated noise and drunken behavior from the establishment of my immediate neighborhood. I live in a historic district, and I'm required to keep my property looking as it did basically in the 19th century under the landmark laws, which I'm happy to do. In contrast, the sheds are mostly eyesores, and in my neighborhood are used for outdoor drinking, not outdoor dining. I heard some comments about limited seating, but seating is irrelevant if patrons are standing around and drinking, spilling out into the sidewalk. These sheds are not a solution for sidewalk crowding. Instead, they contribute to it. I have made personally over 100 complaints to 311 of the New York State Liquor Authority with no relief. The party goes on outside my house and until recently year-round. I heard some interesting comments about the rules being based on bad actors, but in my experience, bad actors are allowed to proliferate. I also heard a lot of complaints about the new roadway setups that are supposed to be removable, but as the sheds are now going back up, we see they're the same enclosed structures, which, if allowed to proliferate year-round, would
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you. And I oppose any loosening of the current rules. Thank you. And please.
Okay. Next speaker, please.
You may begin.
Hi, my name is Kiana. I live on the Lower East Side, and I'm testifying today in favor of all outdoor dining accommodations, including sidewalk seating, roadside dining, and open streets, which are some of the only ways immunocompromised New Yorkers and other folks at high risk of complications from COVID and the flu can safely enjoy New York's restaurants. The subtext of the opposition to outdoor dining is that it was a COVID-era program, but because COVID is over, the program should be curtailed and our streets should be returned to cars. But COVID is still very real for many New Yorkers, and if you're concerned about ADA violations, please remember that disability can take many forms. And I'm very concerned that being high risk or immunocompromised has been entirely overlooked in this conversation. It's not lost on me that the city's own rules for in-person testimony today include COVID safety protocols like masking that don't seem to be widely adopted or enforced, which serves as a visible reminder of how vulnerable people are further excluded from public life. Vanishing outdoor dining options are particularly troubling when Kathy Hochul is pushing for a statewide mask ban. Vaccine uptake is terrible. COVID cases surged last summer. The CDC is cutting billions in funds to help state health departments respond to COVID. And Gotham has recently reported that 500,000 New Yorkers have long COVID, which can be so debilitating it prevents them from being able to work and support themselves. Every new COVID case is a new opportunity for one of our neighbors to get seriously ill, die, or experience long-term complications. Outdoor dining also plays a role in stopping the spread of flu, and this year flu cases were at their highest level since 2020. There have been 23 pediatric deaths statewide this season, 9 of which were here in the city. Proper ventilation is crucial to preventing airborne illness, but the city has not invested in the infrastructure needed to make indoor dining safer. And most outdoor dining options aren't even available year-round, meaning that if you're vulnerable, you can't safely or easily participate in a huge piece of public and social life for half the year. With all of this in mind, I'm asking the council to please make applying for roadside and sidewalk seating less cumbersome, allow year-round streeteries, and provide more flexibility for sidewalk cafes. Outdoor dining is a public good, particularly when it comes to public health. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You may begin.
Michelle Campo, are you able to testify?
I just sent my text.
You're unmuted.
Okay.
Michelle, you could testify.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you.
Good. Okay, I've been waiting since 10 o'clock. I'm fairly blitzed out at this point, and I'm sure you guys are as well. So I just wrote down my text for a while, and I will send it that way. This seems a really not balanced in terms of human equation committee. And I thank you for your time, and I'm sure you thank me for mine. Bye.
Okay, thank you very much. We are now going to call the next panel, Peter Davies, Pinchas Ringel, Sandy Rayburn.
You may begin.
Yes, my name is Peter Davies. I'm testifying on behalf of Broadway Residents Coalition in Soho. I testified earlier this morning at the competing public hearing regard to a change of rules. But here, first of all, I would like to applaud Community Board 2 and the effort that they have done through their outdoor dining working group to catalog and document the way that various sidewalk cafes and street roadway setups are being applied for to come into Community Board 2. Tonight, as Valerie De La Rosa mentioned, there will be another 36 applications being heard, one of which is for a current operation with 4 seats, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, applying for sidewalk and roadway for an additional 60 seats outdoors, 60. This is a operation without a bathroom because it didn't require one with only 4 seats. But now with 60 seats, what does that mean in terms of sharing public space? One thing that the advocates, the paid lobbyists and lawyers for the restaurant industry didn't mention were residents. There is an inherent conflict in the much broader allowance for outdoor dining. I'm not against outdoor dining, but do not acknowledge the conflicts to act as if there have been no changes.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Okay, good luck. Got a lot of work to do, folks.
Pincus Ringel, are you there?
I never asked to testify, so I'm not sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandy Rayburn, are you on?
Sandy, you're unmuted.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, good morning. I'm a resident. Peter references us as residents of New York City for 80 years. I strongly oppose Hospitality Alliance's proposal to make outdoor dining permanent and year-round on our public streets and sidewalks. Public space is not a perk for paying customers. It's a shared right. They are a lobbying group for private and corporate interests, and their proposal is exclusion dressed as inclusion and deregulation disguised as reform. This is not about supporting small business. It is about the permanent privatization of public space. Sidewalks and roadways belong to all New Yorkers, including residents like me. Turning them into commercial real estate violates the public trust doctrine and undermines accessibility, mobility, and equity. It is not our responsibility to be de facto investors in their business success and to ensure that they, quote, break even. The Alliance wants to reduce clearances and expand year-round operations, but the existing program already showed us the consequences of over 5 years: blocked sidewalks, rodent infestations, harmful oppressive noise entering into our homes after a long day's work, and serious violations of the Americans with Disabilities Act. These dying sheds turn the city into an obstacle course, impossible to navigate safely for wheelchair users, seniors, or parents with strollers. And let's not forget the Department of Transportation, which is tasked with the oversight, has failed to steward this program responsibly since its inception. They are the alleged inspectors, yet enforcement was lax, complaints were unanswered, and
Thank you. Your time has expired.
continue to proliferate. I urge you to reject it and to defend our streets and sidewalks.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Elizabeth Adams, followed by Michael Cooper Smith, followed by Samir Lavingia.
You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Elizabeth Adams with Transportation Alternatives. The Dining Out NYC program is at a crisis point. This was a bright spot during the pandemic, but this year so far, only 3,400 restaurants even bothered to apply, and just 60 permits have been approved. This is nothing short of shocking. New Yorkers love outdoor dining, from sidewalk cafes to eating on rooftops and parks. It is a New York City staple. It is what makes us who we are and why the Open Restaurants program was instantly popular. The benefits of outdoor dining are clear. Using a parking space for dining can raise revenue by 75%, and open streets with outdoor dining have more businesses on the street now than before the pandemic because they make our neighborhoods more vibrant. Outdoor dining has created thousands of jobs, benefited small businesses, and made our streets lively, active, and engaging. But because of challenges like seasonal restrictions and lack of investment, businesses are not applying and they're not being approved. The chairs raised the issue of equity earlier that I wanted to speak to. And the truth is that during the pandemic, outdoor dining was actually more equitable than it is today. Open Restaurants brought outdoor seating to 17 neighborhoods that did not have any pre-COVID dining, and it allowed communities of color to double their share of establishments to 41% from 20%. But that is far from what is happening today. And a major reason is that the program is now seasonal, which creates huge costs and unrealistic expectations for businesses. It is prohibitive to smaller restaurants who often don't have the resources to build new structures each year or store materials during the off months, which you heard about from restaurant owners earlier. And the result is what we expected. The program is diminished, and the concern is that outdoor dining will now be concentrated in wealthier neighborhoods. I have to say to DOT earlier saying that this program is working well and everything's fine. Anyone walking around the city knows that that is simply not true. Almost all the outdoor outdoor restaurants in my neighborhood are gone. They've shut down.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
We should be doing what we can to return public space to New Yorkers. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I think Councilmember Palladino had questions.
Good afternoon, Elizabeth. How are you?
Hi, I'm good, thank you.
Good. Have you heard that the COVID pandemic is over?
I think what you've heard earlier is that people still face a number of health issues across our city, and that having outdoor dining is a great way that people can protect their health and their well-being.
While I agree with you that it has the ambiance that New York needs, however, the intrusion upon our streets is something that we do not need. Okay, we actually approved outdoor dining in a very reasonable sense, seasonal, and on our streets and cafe tables, so long on our sidewalks, so long as it does not impede upon pedestrians walking. The outdoor dining sheds were a life preserver for many during COVID pandemic. Nobody will argue that fact with you. However, the fact that they are an intrusion upon parking spaces, and they are actually hurting small businesses by doing so. There have been alternatives, and you pointed out, rooftop dining and such, but to live along these fallacies that we must have outdoor dining impeding upon our streets, and that this is a lifeline, no, you're wrong, it's not. So I think the way we're managing it right now from April until November is within reason, and I think you're off base with this. So one thing we don't need is between bike lanes and everything else, bus lanes. We don't need restaurants on our streets any longer. And they become rat infested and disease. We don't need it. And a place for the homeless to sleep. So there's my list of why we do not need outdoor sheds any longer.
Responding to your point about parking spaces, so at its peak, outdoor dining took less than 1% of our city's on-street parking spaces. In its current iteration, that has actually dropped to less than 0.1%. So it's really not the majority takeover of parking spaces.
I disagree. Totally.
Those are numbers. And then I will also just say, this is a much better use of our public space than one individual's vehicle.
This is the city of New York, Elizabeth. This isn't Denmark. This isn't Amsterdam. We live in a city with 8 million people. And my husband drives a 52-foot tractor trailer. Do you have any idea what it's like to navigate the streets of New York City when you're driving a 52-foot tractor trailer, trying to make a living? Any idea in the narrow streets of
and the narrow
streets?
Excuse me. Getting around on the subway and walking and using all of our public transportation.
You're going to tell
I think it's important that we're thinking about how New Yorkers move around.
You're delusional.
And have space to do so.
Absolutely and totally delusional, but it doesn't surprise me coming from Transvault. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we will hear from, thank you, Elizabeth. Next, we'll hear from Michael Cooper-Smith and followed by Samir Lavingia.
Hi, my name is actually Michelle Cooper-Smith. You're giving me PTSD from school.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Okay, so my name is Michelle Cooper-Smith. I'm a Lower East Side resident, a community board member, of which I was the liquor license chair for many years, and a bit of a downtown gadfly. So I just say this to make it clear that I am very well versed in what's happening with the permanent outdoor dining program, but I'm here to testify on my own behalf, not on my community board's behalf. I'm a raving fan of outdoor dining. I still remember the July 4th weekend in 2020 when the emergency program started and how freeing it was to finally have a safe space to socialize with people after months of sadness and darkness. And it gave me a vision of the future where we could have fewer private vehicles using our private curbs. But I have to say that the new permanent process is far too onerous and frankly confusing. I can't tell you how many business owners I've talked to in my neighborhood who like reasonably can't tell the difference between open streets and roadway dining and sidewalk cafes, and why are there different, months that each operate in, and whose approval for whom. And so I think that this should really be simplified, as others have said before, that roadway dining should be all year long, just like sidewalk cafes. Like, let's just make it much easier to understand. Also I'll echo what was said earlier about how difficult the process is for once they recognize the difference between the programs, how difficult the process actually is. CB notice, CB hearings where they get unnecessarily beat to death on hours and operations, DOT, SLA, it's just all too much. I agree with Councilmember Osei that the admins seem to have designed the program to effectively kill it. So it needs to be fixed by the council to be more straightforward for applicants and provide more outdoor dining for New York City residents. And I think that the council should remove the provision that allows sidewalk cafes to be called up for a full council vote, because as we all know, because of the zoning text amendment, all of these sidewalk cafes are now as of right, so long as they fit DOT's regulations.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
And I thank Chair Menon for abstaining on the vote to deny Ladiv's Sidewalk Cafe. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Samir Lavingia.
Hi, my name is Samir Lavingia. I'm the, I'm on my community board. I'm actually the Transition Environment Vice Chair, and I was on the Open Restaurants Task Force, and I'm currently on the committee that reviews all the outdoor dining applications at Manhattan Community Board 5. I love outdoor dining. It's so great to replace parking spaces with place for people to dine outside, and my quality of life has really improved significantly since being able to do so with my friends and family in my neighborhood. I live near Columbus Circle that used to be so crowded on the sidewalks with the old sidewalk requirements, and the new clear path requirements make it a lot easier to walk around, to get around, especially in such a tourist-friendly area, and it's just such a better use of space. In terms of what I think doesn't work and what could be fixed, right now, outdoor dining, you can only do it on Sundays after 10 a.m. I think it's a little bit silly that I can't have a breakfast on a Sunday morning before 10 a.m. outside. The process is very confusing for businesses. We often see businesses have to hire expediters and come to Community Board 5, and I think the system should be a lot easier, so we need less of that. I think the program should be a year-round program. Good weather isn't limited to certain times of the year anymore, and there are winter days where it's gorgeous outside, and having to have restaurants break down their dining structures every time means that only Tony restaurants are able to open, which means affordable options for outdoor dining are really lacking in my neighborhood. So thank you for allowing me the time to speak, and I look forward to an improved version of the program in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to call the next panel, which is 4 members: Mary, Kathleen Collins.
Hi, Mary here. Thank you. I agree with.
Oh, sorry, Mary. Just wait till the chair.
Yeah, let me just call the
I'm
whole
sorry.
panel. Mary, Kathleen Collins, Christopher Leon Johnson, and Ned Shalansky. Okay, Mary, you can, sorry about the music, but it'll end in a minute and put us out of our misery, the music. Okay, Mary, please begin.
Can I speak now?
Yes, yes, please do. Thank you.
Hello?
Chair, is that fine?
Yes, please. Thank you. Yeah, Mary, we can
Hello?
hear you. Please begin, Mary. Mary, can you
Hello?
hear us?
Just one moment, Mary.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not hearing you.
Chair, is that fine?
Okay, yes, Mary, can Mary hear us?
Yes, Mary, you could testify now.
Thank you. Mary here. I'm against the outdoor dining. It's regarding safety, cleanliness, and people being able to get by on the sidewalk. I'm against any waivers of roadside dining. Hook and ladders cannot put their feet down to, they can move cars, but they can't move the platforms or anything that is in the roadway barriers, I think it is, to do that. We had an elderly couple who died on Sullivan Street. They were burnt to death. So the West Village residents, Mary, Augustine, Leslie, then there was John Grimes and Peter Davies from another group who testified. I agree with them. It is dirty, rat infested, the garbage storage. And I've been going to the CB2 meetings, the restaurants. DOT has been very confusing because the program was rolled out quickly. These meetings are hours long and over successive days in a week. And it's a tremendous amount to ask of us. I worked in a restaurant during COVID. I am immune compromised, and now I also have a disability. So the sidewalk issue is even more important. The restaurants never follow the guidelines. There is not a one. The one that I worked for paid attention very closely, but it's still not on mark. I live in the village. This is not outdoor dining hall. You shouldn't have weddings outside because what happens is they take over the sidewalk. I live on Cornelia Street. It's a very small space, and this happens all the time. And then there have been restaurants that are in the queue with CB2 and haven't gotten
Thank you. Your time has expired.
for sidewalk dining or for roadway dining, but they were doing it
Okay,
this
I'm sorry, Mary,
weekend.
you have to wrap
People
up.
still have sheds up.
Thank
It's
you,
really
Mary.
a
Thank you
disgrace.
very much.
With
Okay, Mary,
the
that's
time I have
I'm
remaining,
sorry, Mary,
what
your
I would
time is
say to
up.
the kids in the
Sorry,
restaurant
Mary,
when
your
they
time
run
is up. Thank you.
is safety first.
Okay, I don't
and
think
that's
she can
what we
hear,
need.
so we need to,
Thank
okay.
you.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you very much. And our next speaker is Kathleen Collins.
You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Collins, and I'm a lifetime New Yorker. I'm disabled, and I use a wheelchair. I support the Dining Out New York City program, provided it's done correctly and does not hamper or obstruct New Yorkers with disabilities' ability to participate in the Dining Out New York City program. Since the Dining Out New York City program provides another revenue source for restaurants by expanding their seating capacity, it also needs to be accessible to people with disabilities. People with disabilities enjoy outdoor dining with their family, relatives, and friends. Additionally, people with disabilities who want to hold a business meeting over a meal appreciate having outdoor dining as an option available to them. Thus, Restaurants Dining Out New York City program needs to provide enough space between tables for people with mobility devices to be able to participate in the Dining Out New York City program. Sufficient tables that are low and can be accessed somewhere by someone sitting in a wheelchair needs to be provided. Additionally, these tables need to provide leg space for people with wheelchairs to be able to come up to the table. Further, the Dining Out New York City program needs to permit a customer to access it without a customer having to request a ramp or other assistance to be seated when other customers can independently seat themselves. Turning to the pedestrian walkings past the dining out spaces, the restaurants need to keep a clear path on the sidewalk for everyone, including pedestrians with disabilities, to travel safely. Finally, in order to make sure restaurants' outdoor dining actually is in compliance with regulations, the agency issuing these permits needs to be given financial resources to follow up and inspect the restaurants to make sure the restaurants are following the applicable safety, health, and accessibility regulations. In sum, the Dining Out New York City program can improve the quality of life of New Yorkers, provided it takes into consideration all the needs of everyone, including people with disabilities, and it is properly monitored. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. And I'd just like to bring to Councilwoman Palladino's attention that many times rooftop dining may not be accessible.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Okay, thank you. Christopher Leon Johnson.
You may begin.
Yeah, hello. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson, and I'm here to testify in support of Dining Out NYC. At the same time, I think that Vicky Palladino is correct about Elizabeth Adams. I think that Elizabeth Adams should identify herself as a lobby for transportation alternatives, and it's on e-lobby on the clerk website that she should identify herself as a lobbyist. At the same time, Vicky Palladino, you bring up, she's a lobbyist, by the way. She should identify herself as a lobbyist, just like Jack Shabbat should identify herself as a lobbyist yesterday at 2 days ago at the transportation hearing when Robert Rivera got to what Councilman Julie won. But at the same time, look, outdoor dining in New York City, we need this. At the same time, we have to make sure that it doesn't be opened up in certain areas, like the last few speakers said, that in smaller streets. At the same time, we need to put more defensive architecture to make sure that in the dining, like in the sheds, to make sure that the homeless people don't sleep. The homeless people don't be able to sleep and use the bathroom and do what they gotta do in there, because when you let these people do that, and we all know that the nonprofits that allow this stuff is like Vocal New York and Housing Work, they allow this stuff because the Progressive Caucus are scared of them, so they won't say that they'll try to fix that. They'll try to stop that. And Andrew Ridgey tried to say, look, let's put defensive architecture up there, but to prevent the homelessness from screwing up the sheds. But at the same time, that once you have this, it'll be more healthy for everybody to start using, and we don't have to worry about doing the cleanup we need to clean up. I think that needs to stop. That needs to start happening more. At the same time, only put the sheds in certain streets, like 3rd Avenue, 2nd Avenue, or any street that's over like 50 feet. You need to it's like a wide street, like 115th Avenue, like a wide street. You should put an open shed, but not put like a shed on like a small block, like in Bayer Street in Chinatown. But that need to stop. That need to start. I support it. I support the initiative 100%. But at the same time, the city council need to start cracking down on people like Sarah K. Lynn.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Lobbyists from Transalt, and make sure they identify themselves as lobbyists when they come on here when they register under the New York City Clerk.
Okay.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Okay, thank you. And our last speaker is Ned Shalansky.
You may begin.
Ned, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, great. Thank you. My name is Ned Shalansky, and I'm a licensed landscape architect with 16 years designing New York City public spaces. Currently, I design public parks for the New York City Parks Department. Council members, it's a pleasure to design green spaces within your districts. I'm also a resident of Lower East Side. My comments today apply to roadway dining, not sidewalk dining. The vibrance wording I hear so often connected with roadway dining means for residents constant noise, crowds, and less livable streets. It is truly vexing to me that I have to defend my neighbors and I from City Council greenlighting a beer garden outside my window that operates until midnight. That the Hospitality Alliance should propose this environmental transformation be made year-round is not only out of touch with everyday New Yorkers' quality of life, It demands a thorough public EIS. No city agency can oversee a program wherein thousands of independent restaurants are permitted to stage individual roadway setups. DOT's testimony today, and even those from the restaurants themselves, proves this, that restaurants should be allowed to design and erect substantial structures in the public realm without drawings from architects or engineers. To quote John McEnroe, you cannot be serious. Roadway dining is a square peg in a round hole, and deep down, I think we all know this. It is absolutely infuriating to me to hear from paid lobbyists like the Hospitality Alliance to use social justice buzzwords like equity to describe the handover of public space in my neighborhood for the profiteering of private entities. If DOT and City Council want a successful outdoor dining program, it should follow careful planning, not the enshrining of ad hoc pandemic-era rules by industry insiders. A one-size-fits-all model, again, is a square peg in a round hole. If at all, street dining should take place on fully closed streets during special occasions and/or weekends, and with removable
Thank you.
tables
Your
and
time has
chairs.
expired.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm now going to read through a list of people who had signed up to speak, and we just want to make sure they registered on Zoom. If you're here, please identify yourself and you can speak. Lauren Antonelli, Sam Getz, Emma Colbert, Glenn Belofsky, Christopher Schuyler, Stuart Zamsky, Dashiell Cooper, Andrea Meyer, Jeffrey Granum, Kat B., Leif Arnson, Catherine O'Sullivan, Alex Stein. If anyone is here whose name I called, please identify yourself if you wish to speak. Okay, seeing no names, that will conclude our hearing. I really want to thank everyone for coming out today. I think we heard incredibly compelling testimony that is going to allow the council to improve this program. So I think it was a very productive hearing, and I really want to thank my colleague, Chair Brooks Powers, for all of her collaboration and hard work, and turn it over to her to close.
Thank you, Chair Menon, and I thank everyone that came out today to be a part of this very important discussion. There's a lot to take back so that we can work in partnership with the administration to improve this program. And with that, we will adjourn this hearing.
Ending webinar. Have a good day.